silence your cell phones and any other electronics and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. This evening, Councilmember Valdivia is joining us via telephone conference from Bluebird Conference Room in Reno, Nevada, and he is on the phone now. I'd like to invite Major Daniel Henderson to come forward from the Salvation Army to lead us in the invocation. Please all rise.
Lord, we thank you so much for the opportunity today to be able to govern ourselves. Thank you, Lord, that we can elect our own people, that we can support them or fight with them, but in the way that is accorded to us by law and by our Constitution. Thank you that we have the ability to vote our conscience and then work together for the good of our city and our country. I pray, Lord, today that the deliberations in this council would be guided by you, that the best decisions for the future of our city would be made, and that you would continually strengthen and give wisdom to our leaders during this time as they rebuild our city. Thank you, Lord, for all the good work that has been done, much of which is unseen to the public, but very real and making very real impact on our lives. Bless our deliberations today, Lord, and give us your grace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. We now will invite Ryan Leota to come forward to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ryan is a sixth grader at Lancashire Elementary School.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Major Henderson, and thank you, Ryan. We appreciate your attendance today at our council meeting. This evening we have two appointments. The first appointment is by Councilmember Basine Richard. It's requested the appointment of Ms. Charlie Jacobs to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Move approval.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second.
Are we voting electronically? Who's second?
Mulvey Hill. What was the... Councilman Valdivia, you care to register your vote?
It'll be verbal, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, sorry.
No. On the appointment of Charlie Jacobs, the motion was made by Mr. Nickel, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passed 7-0.
Now I can go. Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening, everybody. It is with my sheer pleasure to appoint Charlie Jacobs on the Parks and Rec Commission. She's no stranger to the city. She's been a commissioner before. She left when I got here, but somehow or another I managed to get her back. You know, she's a very hardworking person. She cares about our parks, and I am just so excited to have her back. So, Charlie, would you like to say a few words? Oh, okay. Before you say a word.
Before I say a word, okay.
We're moving too fast.
So please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Yes.
I, Charlie Jacobs,
I, Charlie Jacobs,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and
That-
defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I bear true faith and allegiance
that I bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
So go ahead and say what you have to say, and then come back for your sign.
I don't have much to say. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to represent the Sixth Ward as their Park and Rec Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. We appreciate you accepting that assignment. Thank you. The next appointment is Mr. Scott Herring to the Personnel Commission. We have a motion? We have a motion? We have a second? Second, thank you. According to the city attorney, due to the inclusion of Councilmember Valdivia via telephone conference, all votes will have to be in
A voice vote.
voice vote. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Marquez? Yes. Mr. Barrios? Yes. Mr. Valdivia? Yes. Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Scott Herring to come forward to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Scott Herring,
I, Scott Herring,
do solemnly swear to support and defend
do solemnly swear to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and I will bear true faith and allegiance
bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose or evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Put your signature right there.
Congratulations, Scott, and thank you. We very much appreciate you accepting that assignment. Here's your certificate. We also have a city pin for you. Proudly wear. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure, why not? I don't have a lot to say either, but I just want to say thank you to the mayor for giving me this opportunity. This is one of the first times that I've kind of stepped up to do something to make the city better. I live in San Bernardino. I believe in San Bernardino, and I think that there's two types of people. There's people that want to make a change and get involved, and there's the ones that won't. And I want to be one of the ones that do want to get involved and make a change. Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to invite John Futch to come forward. Also Jan Johnson. And Jill Eaton. And Rhonda Creighton, if you're here. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'd like to issue this proclamation. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual international health campaign organized by major breast cancer charities every October to increase awareness of the disease and to raise funds for research into its cause, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and cure. Whereas this month, with bold pink ribbons displayed proudly across America, we stand in solidarity with breast cancer survivors and reaffirm our commitment to raising awareness of this disease. Now therefore, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim the month of October 2017 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and present this to John Futch and Eileen? Jill Eaton from Komen Research Foundation. John, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to let you know that these days, these months, be reminded of things that are like a common cold lately. We all know someone who has had breast cancer or families who are threatened with it. And that's in both male and female. Now, we're looking for your support. Susan G. Komen has been out there quite a while, and they continue to do research on cancer. A lot has been done. A lot of lives have been saved, but a lot have been lost. I'm a victim, but I see a lot of survivors that I know. That is where it's all about, making survivors out of this problem. One of these days, you know, it's not going to be as frequently. It's going to be something that has not been forgotten, but has been put aside because it has been taken care of. We took care of polio. We can take care of this.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Council, and also Mayor. We're appreciative of being recognized for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but like John said, we would like to put an end to this disease and this tragic disease that affects so many of us. With a show of hands, I'd like to see how many people in this audience know somebody that's been affected by breast cancer. So that's a lot of hands, a lot of loved ones, a lot of friends, coworkers, and neighbors. So with the support of all of you, we can do more and we can end this. But it is through all of us in this community by doing more. One of our initiatives here in the city of San Bernardino is the Circle of Promise program. African American women in San Bernardino are affected by breast cancer. Their mortality rate is 41%. We definitely need to make change. We've partnered with Dignity Health. We've partnered with many clinics here in our local area to make a difference and change. We would love to have more people to get involved. So if you are interested in helping Komen and make change, please see me or email me at Komen at info@komenie.org, and we will be more than happy to sit down and talk with you about making change. But thank you again for this honor and recognition and trying to make a difference. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Jan Johnson to come forward. We'd like to present to you this certificate of recognition. In honor of the triumph you have experienced over breast cancer, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino join to celebrate your resilience and strength. We applaud you and extend our support through your journey. May you continue to experience victory, health, and blessings. Congratulations and best wishes. Presented to you this 18th day of October 2017. Jan is a survivor of cancer and breast cancer, and she's actually an employee for the city police department? Police department stenographer. So We're grateful to have the opportunity to recognize you today. So thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
I would just like to say that I really want to thank the department and everybody involved for all their support, and they've been absolutely wonderful, and I'll never forget it. Thank you.
And then from the office of Assemblymember Mark Steinworth, Jan, we just wanted to congratulate you for your courageous fight, for being an advocate, for sharing awareness on this important issue, and for helping us all become better advocates. So thank you, Jan.
We'd also like to recognize another cancer survivor, Rhonda Creighton, if you'd come forward. This certificate of recognition presented by the City of San Bernardino to Rhonda Creighton in honor of the triumph you have experienced over breast cancer. The Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino join to celebrate your resilience and your strength. We applaud you and extend your support, our support, through your journey. May you continue to experience victory, health, and blessings. Congratulations and best wishes. And it's my understanding that Rhonda currently is a student at San Bernardino Valley College working on another degree, already has a bachelor's degree in criminology. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Right. I'd like to say a few words. Thank you.
They're right. We really have to do something about breast cancer. The first time I was diagnosed was 2014. And within 2 years of being clean, I just had to have a double mastectomy 2 months ago. It came back. So I have beaten breast cancer twice in the last 3 years. So, thank you.
Councilman Schreck.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to recognize our police department. As you noticed last meeting and this meeting, I'm wearing a pink badge. The police department here for the month of October has gone out and raised money by selling these badges. You can see some of our officers that have all their badges in pink and black. They do that at their own expense, and they do it in the interest of working towards a cure for this entirely devastating disease that I think in someday we will cure cancer. So I just wanted to recognize our department, and I'm proud to be wearing your pink badge through the month of October. Thank you, guys and gals.
Thank you, Council Member. Our next presentation is Student of the Month, and this is Councilmember Valdivia's recognition, and it will be presented by Councilmember Richard.
Good evening again. I would like to honor our Student of the Month, and his name is Elmer Gutierrez. Elmer, are you here? Come on down. Let me tell you a little bit about Elmer. Elmer Gutierrez is a native of San Bernardino. He attended Barton Elementary School, Richardson Prep High, and he is now a student at Middle College High School, where he will be graduating in May of 2018. Elmer's parents are Ernesto and Lorena Gutierrez, and they are both factory workers. His sister Carla is a senior at UC Berkeley. His young sister Jocelyn is in the 8th grade at New Vision Charter School. He has one pet, a German Shepherd named Flacco. Elmer is a member of the Campus Rotary Club, AVID, and the Honors Club. He participated in Rewarding Pathways internship program, which led to his summer internship with Community Kids That Code. Elmer is also a co-founder of the Middle College Healthy Lifestyle Club. Elmer has also helped form a campaign called United Mexico at his school to help raise money for the Mexican people who have been hit with the tragic earthquake last month. While attending Middle College High, Elmer is also taking classes at San Bernardino Valley College. His 3 classes this semester are English, Theater Arts, and Biology. His favorite class is physics. He plans to major in biology in college, and his college choice is the one with the best financial package. Great idea. His grade point average is 4.29. Wow. You have some choices there. Elmer's message to all students is, no matter how successful things might get, keep your head up as it will get better. Thank you. And would you like to say something, Mr. Student of the Month?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by expressing how honored I am to be receiving this award. I want to thank Council Member John Valdivia and Mayor Davis. I also want to thank Middle College High School and the great staff who are always willing to help any student out and for the many opportunities they have given me. Furthermore, I am thankful for my close friends who are always there for me whenever I need a laugh. Lastly, I'd like to give a big thanks to my parents who are with me tonight for their constant love and support. I don't think I'd be here without them. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I love the suit going on.
Thank you.
It's really impressive. Second, 4.29. It's way above what I had. I'm not even going to say what it was. But other than that, from the office of Assemblymember Mark Steinworth and the office of Senator Mike Morrell, we just want to say congratulations on being Student of the Month.
Thank you.
And one thing Elmer forgot to do is he forgot to introduce his parents and his family and have them stand up. Parents, family. There you go. And if you guys would like to come up and get in the picture.
Thank you, Councilmember Richard and Councilmember Valdivia. Our next presentation will be by Lieutenant Lawhead. He'll be giving us a presentation on the quality of life team.
Mr. Mayor, as Lieutenant Lawhead makes his way to the podium, you're too quick for me, Lieutenant, too fast. I'm still going to say what I wanted to say. I'm excited about the presentation this evening, and the Quality of Life team has done some remarkable work. Really, this evening is just an opportunity to share some of the great success stories that this group has had with the City Council and the Mayor, and to talk and the community, and to give you a sense of where we're going in the future. Behind this man, though, and while he is very, very important, he's got a whole team of people, and maybe at some point during his presentation he'll talk about the different members of the team. But it really is a collaborative effort of a lot of groups and departments within the city, and we've been able to expand the Quality of Life program, and so I think it's especially important tonight to have this presentation. And with that, Lieutenant Lawhead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mayor, Common Council. Thank you very much. Really, this whole thing started with a request. I think Jared kind of thought I was nuts at first when I approached him and said, "Hey, is there any chance I could get a garbage truck assigned to me?" The chief. I forget sometimes. Jared and I have been friends for years, and I'm probably the only one that refers to him as Jerry, but he is the chief, and I appreciate his support, because without his support, none of this would have happened. I will say that the mayor jumped on board shortly thereafter and supplied some of the things we needed. And a few of you council members have always been at the meetings and shown support, and I appreciate that wholeheartedly, because without that, this team would not be a success. And this whole deal is a team effort. I'm basically the face of the team, but I will tell you, the team that's out there every day, they bust their buns for you every single day. So with that, try and move forward here. The mission, obviously, the mission, every team needs a mission. This is our mission. We're here to address blight and help this city recover, basically, is what we're looking for. So this is some of our focuses. We're focusing on public safety, quality of life, really trying to clean the place up to attract more of our businesses, get businesses here, help develop the community. It really is a total engagement thing. I tell you, we get more accolades every day for what this team does. We're recognized on a regular basis. It seems like every single day somebody calls and says, hey, thanks for picking up that couch. Thanks for picking up that mattress. It's a huge deal. The Quality of Life team obviously uses a bunch of existing city services already, but we're always looking for more. We use the hot shots when they're not busy fighting fires in Northern California. We use our inmate crews. We use just about anything that we can get our hands on to help attack the blight problem. These are some of the services that are involved. This is what kind of makes up the team. Every one of these departments supports us in one fashion or another. There's probably several others that aren't listed there. We get a ton of support from every department within the city. This is the service request process. When we get an illegal dumping that's not in process right then, this is kind of the chain that it goes through. If we get a report of a shopping cart or other debris, that this is kind of the process it goes through and how it's handled. Some of it goes to Public Works and some of it goes to Quality of Life, depending on what the situation is. And then illegal dumping on private property, that requires some access to that property, which has to go through code enforcement and other things. So that's kind of the process. This is what we did just in the month of August. This was our August stats. This is really pretty impressive for a group of I have 5 officers assigned to me, but then I have 5 people on this Quality of Life team that make up this group. It's pretty amazing what they do in just a month's time. And you can see up there that even assisting patrol, we had 93 times that we assisted patrol, but to make 800 contacts in a month is a huge deal. This is what our weekend, what I've done is created a spot where I have somebody out there 7 days a week to deal with issues. So these are the separate stats that I keep for my weekend staff. The weekend staff that comes in, a lot of these guys come in on overtime, work a 2-man car to try and patrol the off-ramps and other things in an effort to try and keep people moving. We don't actually have a truck out on the weekend to pick stuff up, but these are the contacts they make on the weekends. I know that several of you that might be in the audience that are business owners, you call on the weekend and maybe dispatch is backed up, you'll give me a text message. These are the guys that I usually send the text message to, and that's why you get the response. This is what makes up the boots on the ground. As you can see, Parks and Public Works provide the muscle for the team, and we also have a Burtec driver. And I will tell you, we have a very enthusiastic Burtec driver that is assigned to us. Darren is amazing. He gets out there. He doesn't have to get out there, but he's out there picking up couches and mattresses, and you go out there, he's loaded with sweat. There'll be some pictures of him in here later, but he is just an amazing worker. He lives in this city. He takes ownership driving that truck where he drives it. So amazing. This is what we get through the CRM system. This is what we addressed 2016-17 so far, and this is just through the CRM system. So when you call in, ask for an encampment, or you've asked for some illegal dumping issues, this is what we've handled just on the CRM system. These are going to be some before and after pictures. You can see the before and after, what a difference it makes. And I will tell you, we probably do somewhere upwards of 20 or more of these locations per day. So you can just imagine how much we're seeing. I'd love to have one thing I don't have for this presentation is the actual tonnage, because you would be totally blown away by the amount of tonnage that we're picking up. Another before and after. This is something we're totally combating in the city, is the fact that our cul-de-sacs that are vacant right now and other things are being used as a dumping location. And you can all get involved and help solve that problem. Nobody can do it alone, but you're going to have to, we need to make it some sort of excitement behind this fact that, illegal dumping in our city is not cool. And the cool thing's got to be for those people to report it when they see it. So hopefully I can get some of that going. As you know, when we started this program, we did a survey. We had over 1,000 people respond to that survey. We've been out doing speaking engagements. We've been with the mayor. We've been to Coffee with the Cop. We've participated in a number of weekend cleanups. Obviously, Monica and Eileen work pretty hard on the social media front to keep you all informed about what we're doing. And we also try to keep it updated on the website. Some of the survey highlights, over 56% of the respondents say they've lived in the city for 20 years or more. So to get 1,000 people in the city to respond to a survey is pretty impressive, but even more impressive is the fact that they've lived here for 20 years. Cleaning up the streets was ranked 3rd on the importance of that list. I think there was 10 or 15 items on that list altogether, but 3rd was that, and they were only beat out by gang activity and graffiti. And graffiti is another form of blight. So really the top 3 things on the list, other than the gang violence, is the way our city looks. 65% believe it is both the city and the community's job to keep the neighborhoods clean. I agree with that. We can't do it alone. You have to help us. When you see it, you need to report it. 68%, which is a pretty high number, didn't even know what to do to dispose of items. Didn't know how to get rid of a bulk item or other things. And for those that don't know, if you have Burtec, you get 4 free pickups a year for large items, and all it takes is a phone call. We have done fight blight cleanup days. The picture doesn't show. This is one of our cleanup days at Paris Hill Park. It was a pretty amazing thing to see this particular cleanup because we flooded Highland Avenue with a bunch of students and everything else in these bright green vests. So everybody was stopping, asking what was going on, and it was we got a busload of people from Cal State that came down and assisted. But we get this turnout on a regular basis for our cleanups. It's really a huge success. We need to continue. We have our next Fight Blight cleanup is set for November 18th. I hope that you can make your way out to Anschrels Park to assist. We'll provide you with a cool T-shirt and some other stuff to come out. We usually try to provide something for everybody to eat when we're all done. Monica fills her trunk with pizza and comes out, so it's a pretty cool deal. And then she complains for weeks about her car smelling like pizza. So I know she gets more than just that weekend, but she blames it on that weekend. Anyways, I hope you'll get involved. This is how we're building community pride. Obviously, we have a lot of things that are involved in this. Burtec helps us a lot. For those that don't know what a Go request is, I urge you to go to your phone and download the Go app. I use it personally in the city as I'm driving around to report graffiti, that kind of stuff. It is a cool deal. You take a picture of it, it automatically shows where you're at. You download it, it goes to city staff, and they'll send you an email back to that, wherever you send it from, stating when that problem has been resolved. And it actually gets resolved fairly quickly. So I urge you to take advantage of that app. This is the thing I was talking about earlier. We are really trying to make it cool to report somebody dumping illegal in our city. There has to be some kind of, hey, I reported one today, or there has to be some cool trend that we can come up with that will make it the cool thing to report it. So Monica came up with this, see it, snap it, send it. I appreciate that. It's a cool thing. Hopefully we can get people to take advantage of that. Like I tell everybody, I don't want anybody to put themselves in harm's way to get a picture of a license plate. It's a great tool for us, but it's important that you don't put yourself in harm's way or anything else. I don't want anybody running out there saying, ha, gotcha, take a picture. Be careful. So I do want you to report it, but again, I don't want you putting yourself in harm's way in any way. The Quality of Life team did get an award. We were recognized. They took us over to Ontario, and we were up against several other large groups, several other large cities. I was personally shocked because I thought for sure they were going to call out the other name, and then they called out the other name, and they said, "Wow, we won this thing! I can't believe it." It was really a cool deal. The picture isn't very good, but that's most of the crew members with us. Went over there to Ontario that night to receive the award. Really cool to be recognized, and recognized by people outside this city for the work we've done, and it's really cool. Next steps, like I said, develop solutions. We want to continue to integrate other entities. We're working with the district. The district has always been on our team. We're trying to work on the safe pathways, if we can actually identify safe pathways, what they would be, what schools are the worst. We talk about, we have a weekly meeting. We talk about all kinds of things that we could do to help stop this, which would be vacating alleys, doing some of that stuff that will take away some of those locations that people can just pull up and dump. For some reason, people feel like they can pull into an alley in this city, hit the gas, and leave their couch. And it's cool. For some reason, we got to do something to get involved to stop that. All those things are affecting the way we look, and I truly believe that if we look better, we are better. It just takes a little bit of effort. Illegal dumping, like I said, the campaign has to start. We have to get excited about it, and we have to find a way to get it out there that it's cool to report it. With that, any questions?
Councilman Nichol?
Well, I thank you for this report, and I'll be honest, I was a little skeptical when we first were talking about this, and I wasn't sure if it would actually work. It hasn't only worked, it's been an enormous success. And I just want to thank you and the entire team that's involved in this. Just so the public knows, you're extremely responsive. Whenever there's an issue, it literally is a matter of minutes. I get a response that's almost always, we're on it. And so I really appreciate that. I think it's really demonstrates that government can work, and that there are ways in collaboration with all the partners that we brought together under this program that great things can be done. I did have a couple quick questions for you. There was some mention of inmate crews, and I know that there's been discussions over the years in this council regarding whether or not we could potentially utilize more of those crews for cleanups. What is the role of those crews? Is that something that we're utilizing to the fullest potential? Is there some additional cooperation we can perhaps
Well, we use
develop?
them daily, but we have to be, I can't mix inmate crews with city staff for obvious safety reasons. Not just that we can't trust them or anything. There's no trust issues. It's the issue that wherever they came from, whatever neighborhood they're from, could potentially put city staff at risk if they're mixed. Because even the inmate workers sometimes, when they're in the back of a van, they'll say, "Hey, I can't get out in this neighborhood. I can't get out here." They know. So I don't want to put city staff at risk in any way. But we do have inmate workers on a regular basis. They're run by a separate crew. They're out there. They do their part. We do our part.
Also, I was curious, what are the penalties currently for illegal dumping, if and when somebody is actually caught?
It's
What
a fine.
happens to 'em?
It's a fine, depending on what it is. It can be imprisonment, depending on what the item is that they dumped. If it happens to be hazardous waste in some fashion, then it could be, you could be, actually arrested for it. Technically, it is a misdemeanor in most cases, and we can cite, but we need the violator. And I guarantee that if we could get a few violators, the message would be sent very quickly: don't dump in the city.
Well, and my question is, my understanding is ultimately the judge decides what the penalty is,
Sure.
right?
Yes.
And I would not be opposed to perhaps having a conversation, maybe with our local bar association or somewhere, and say, look, if you're caught dumping, because it is such a serious, consistent problem, and I believe in the broken windows theory that, once a neighborhood starts looking bad, it invites more bad behavior, and you just go down a road of continuing criminality. But if we could get the cooperation, perhaps, of some of these judges that say, look, if you're charged with illegal dumping, your penalty is going to be you have to go out with a crew and spend a weekend cleaning this stuff up. And I would like to see perhaps some movement in that direction, that there's some real penalties here that send this signal that this is not only unacceptable, but we're not going to tolerate this anymore, and there's going to be a consequence to people that do this.
Totally
But I
agree.
appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
And if I could just take a moment to respond to that. As part of this group, and also a similar group that we are using now to address issues related to code enforcement and the maintenance of properties in this city generally that are privately held, as part of both of those teams that are addressing serious issues in this city, I am monitoring the relationship between the citations and then what ultimately happens as part of the disposition. And I will come back to you if we notice that the penalties are not sufficient to help deter the types of activities that we're talking about. For this to work in our community, it takes certainly the community and the city staff being engaged in stopping this behavior, but we are going to have to solicit the assistance of our courts if it doesn't appear that we're getting cooperation from them. And then the other thing that I would like to mention, the lieutenant came to me and said that he could be more effective if we added an additional day of trucks from Burtec. And Burtec was absolutely responsive to that and got us a fifth day within just a couple of weeks. We're also looking at adding to this team. We recognize that long-term we've got to build effective systems, but I think it's critical during this interim period that we focus on those programs that are having success, and this is certainly one of those. So we've had some conversations. The chief and I, not Jared, but the chief and I have had some conversations. He will be working parking control soon. Oh, no, well, probably both of them at some point, both of them. But we have talked about maybe looking at some of our programs that haven't been able to be as successful for whatever reason and refocusing our efforts on programs such as this that really are having an impact.
Councilman Nichol.
There was one other question. I'm sorry. I did get, and I know this is something that's happened relatively recently, but we've been hearing about San Diego has had a terrible outbreak of hepatitis A among its homeless population. And I sort of see some degree of nexus with the work you're doing. You're actually out engaging some of these individuals on a daily basis. I think another area for potential cooperation that perhaps we might explore is with our Department of Public Health, the county. I am a little concerned, actually I'm quite concerned, and so are my constituents, that it might just simply be a matter of time before we start seeing this epidemic start affecting our city as well. And I know lives have been lost already to this outbreak in the state, and given the concentrations of some of the homeless in our community, I think it's important that we perhaps look at some potential ways to address that.
We do guard against that. We take some fairly good steps to make sure that doesn't happen. I think that with the amount of stuff we pick up, we take some serious precautions to make sure that we're doing everything we can, not only to protect our staff, but to protect the city as well when we're out in these locations.
Councilmember Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo a lot of what Henry said in his lead up to his questions. And it is a phenomenal group that you put together, and they're very effective, I believe. The Go Request app is of interest to me, and that is we've got a lot of city employees out that are, I'm not talking about a cop that's on a call, but that's cruising. And are we doing some sort of an encouragement for our staff to use that request? Because they're out there every day. We drive a lot of times the same direction every day, going to work or whatever, but they're covering the whole city. And so is that something that, without putting anyone in danger, that they can be
That's
doing?
right. Because again, as the lieutenant said, we also don't want to put our staff members who are not trained to deal with situations in a tough spot. But yes, as we talk about in this council, and I've talked repeatedly about customer service issues and trying to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we don't have the silos operating within the organization. But as we have those conversations, we are reinforcing we are all accountable for the maintenance of this community. And so if you notice a street light that's out, you need to report it. If you notice graffiti, we've got to report it. And again, that message is starting to get out. We have a lot more work in that area to do. But yes, our expectation is all of our employees who are out there having regular contact with the community should be armed with information so they can answer questions, not just in their respective departments, but really general questions not detailed information, but certainly larger picture kind of things, and that they are recognizing that it is their responsibility to report issues. And again, we're not there, we're not where we need to be, but that is the direction that we're headed in.
Okay, well, of course, I want to make sure that they're paying attention to the road that they're heading out, but we all drive and we see things going on, and it crosses our mind, and we need to really make an effort to click that picture if we can, pull over and do it if there's time allotted, and it'll make a big impact, I believe. I've had that suggestion made to me more than once by constituents and people in the city. And then the other thing, of course, is what is our relationship with the county? We have a number of county pockets in the city, and the citizens don't necessarily know those boundaries. And if they're going through city of San Bernardino and then all of a sudden drive through a county pocket, then and they see something, they're wondering what, and they call us and we say, well, no, that's the county, that's not our jurisdiction. I just want to make sure that we're doing all we possibly can to work with the county and those departments, and that we're collaborating and working at this together, because they have different standards. We've talked about it for many years. I think you and I have as well. But we need their help too. I can speak of one area that is a county flood control area, very easy access to go in there, and it's dumping all the time. There's dumping there all the time. I'm reporting it on a regular basis. And it's because it's easy access. There's no curb, there's no gutter, it's just easy access. So that's all, just to make sure that we're working closely with the county and getting their buy-in to our issues.
Well, we work very closely with the county. For those that don't know, the flood control areas are unique in that the city is responsible for any place where the roadway crosses the culvert there. So we are responsible for the underneath area, but we do work with the county on a regular basis. We work with a lot of other entities. We have a great relationship with Caltrans. I don't even want to go into what we do with Caltrans because they have been very, very supportive of us. Sometimes I think even not letting their supervisors sometimes know what they're doing, but they have been very supportive. They've been great. I'm just saying they've been great, and I'm not pointing out what they do, but they do an amazing job for us.
Well,
and
good.
If you notice the difference on the 210 freeway alone, what it looked like a couple years ago, that is a partnership with Caltrans. Caltrans did a lot of that cleanup in there. That wasn't just a quality of life team. We helped at the top, but Caltrans was down below handling that stuff.
Well,
so
I again thank you for all the efforts, and you've done a fantastic job with this group. And there have definitely been improvements. Everyone has seen it, I believe. It's an ongoing problem, and it's something that is really maddening. But thank you very much for what you're doing, and keep up the good work and work a little harder.
I will. Thanks. I wanted to say one more thing about what you said. You talked about the reoccurring dumping. We don't just go out and clean up. We look at every location and say, hey, how can we keep this so we don't have to come back? What do we need to do to fix this so it's not easy to dump here? So we look at those things all the time too.
And the cooperation,
Councilmember Marquez.
and the cooperation isn't just with the county. We have a lot of neighboring cities that we're developing relationships with. We have an upcoming cleanup effort with the city of Rialto, so we're trying to look at all of our bordering cities too, and at the time that they're doing work, trying to do that with them.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm your biggest fan. I remember when the Quality of Life was created about 2 years ago. I think at that time we had 3 days out of the 7 days, so we've really evolved to something big. Councilmember Barrios and I went out with the team on a road trip, if you will, and it was quite enlightening, and I really encourage my colleagues to attend or schedule a tour with the Quality of Life team. It really gives you that awareness, because when you're driving on the street, you can't really see it through the naked eye. You actually have to get down out of your car and see it. Sometimes it's in the back of a building, on a wash, and it's really very eye-opening about what this team does and the potential that it has to go 8 days a week. At any rate, I just want to share something real quickly. I think I talked about it when I went to Hawaii in July and I met with the city officials in Honolulu. One of the first things that the director of housing said, how can we get a quality of life team like you have in San Bernardino? So obviously you guys are known over there and we're gaining traction. So Rich, I'm there with you guys. It's a lot of work, but I think that we have the right people in the right positions because they do it with such pride that they don't mind, and with sweat on their forehead and just with gloves, and it's great. So anytime I see a Vertec truck and a patrol car with the lights on, I know that the Quality of Life team is hitting that area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. Rich, you guys have done a really good job, and I just wanted to point out because I was asked, okay, as we went out there, I'm on social media, and the Quality of Life team does run into a lot of transients in the city, and one concern was brought up that, okay, you guys are interacting with a lot of these people, why don't they get services? And if you want to answer that, go ahead. I got a great answer, and it does make sense, but I'll let you go ahead and answer that question.
We do offer services. Obviously, one of those slides showed the services we offer. We offer services to everybody that we come in contact with. There is so much giving in this city, and there are so many entities that are willing to help. There's shelter space available if I can get people to take advantage of it. There are a lot of things out there that we offer. I will tell you that one of the greatest things that I see is Keys. I don't know if you've ever heard of Keys, but they take care of veterans. I guarantee you that if I find a veteran on the street that will take the services, within a matter of minutes, I can have somebody from Keys to the location, and they will get permanently housed. I never see that person again. So I know they get housed, and I know they offer a great service. So I try to tell people out there when they, instead of giving money to somebody on the street, give it to one of those groups that really knows how to put it to work. Because those guys in Keys that come out and take care of these people, they need gas for their cars, they need the resources too. So give those people resources because they really know how to get these people to mental health help and the other things that they need. Giving somebody cash on the street is either buying them and or drugs and or alcohol. That's it. That's all you're giving them for it.
Right. And I also wanted to point out that a lot of those transients out there don't want the services, but yet every time the Quality of Life team is out there, they're repeatedly just offering those services over and over and over, because sometimes people may not be ready, but they do keep offering those services of when they are ready. They're there and they're welcome with open arms. Thank you very much, Rich.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to read a brief email that I received. I wanted to take a moment to commend Rich Lawhead and your Quality of Life team. Their results motivate me to do all I can to improve our community. We appreciate the police department and the effective work they do to reduce crime and keep us safe. We trust the city of San Bernardino supports and appreciates Rich Lawhead's passionate dedication to making San Bernardino a great place. Thank you, Rich, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'd like to back up for just a moment and ask the city attorney to report out closed session.
Yes, Mayor.
I'd like to thank Councilman Nichol for reminding me of that.
Listed as or agendized as the redevelopment agency of the city of San Bernardino versus DMC Investment Holdings LLC et al. And Placo San Bernardino LLC versus the city of San Bernardino. The city council and the city council acting as successor agency gave settlement directive by a vote of 7-0. In the matter of under existing litigation, matter of Hale versus city of San Bernardino, council gave settlement directive by a vote of 7-0. In the matter of Polis versus the city, council gave settlement directive 7-0. Matter of Patterson versus city, settlement directive by a vote of 7-0. And those items listed under item B, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation. In the case of the city versus Frazee Community Center, council gave settlement directive by a vote of 7-0. In the case of the city versus Fernandez, council gave settlement directive 7-0. In the case of city versus Ochoa, council gave settlement directive by a vote of 7-0. That concludes the report, Mayor.
Thank you. Correction, Councilmember Richard nudged Councilmember Nichol and reminded me about closed session.
I was nudged as well, Mayor. I was going to bring it up prior to the consent calendar, but we got it out of the way. Thank you.
We appreciate. Next, we'd like to invite Cynthia Crawford to come forward to the podium to present the Winter Wonderland event.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me to present about our Winter Wonderland that we have coming up in December. All right, so to give you some event history, Winter Wonderland came to life in December of 2014 after several discussions with many community members and some nonprofits wanting to bring some snow to the San Bernardino community. Our department collaborated with the organizers from the Community Ho-Ho Parade and the Friends of the Roosevelt Bowl, who organized the vendors for the event. In 2014, the event consisted of a 2-lane toboggan run, vendors, live entertainment, pictures with Santa, and movies in the park, and you can see some of those pictures in the PowerPoint presentation. That year, we hosted about 4,000 people. After the 2014 event, we had our evaluation meeting, and we were discussing how we could get more attendees to attend the event. So one of the suggestions was to collaborate with the YMCA on the same day that they have their annual Christmas parade. So we contacted the YMCA, and they agreed to allow us to host our event alongside them. And so what it did was it allowed us to, it doubled our attendance that year. So we went from 4,000 to 8,000 in 1 year. So that was a really great turnout for us. It was also the year that we experienced the December 2nd incident. So not only did we have this amazing 4 toboggan lane snow hill, our police officers and our SWAT team were a big hit in the event, and they all received thousands of hugs and high fives on that day. So it was a really good turnout. That year we had our 4-lane toboggan run, live entertainment, cookies with Santa, pictures with Santa, kids activities, a toy giveaway, a car show, and the tree lighting ceremony. In 2016, we continued to collaborate with different partners. One of the partners was the Stars of Hope. And so I'm not sure if you guys remember, but after December 2nd, these stars started showing up all over the city. And so that organization was originally formed after 9/11 happened. And so they've all, they're made up of different people who've experienced different tragedies throughout our country. So Stars of Hope decided they wanted to be a part of Winter Wonderland, and so we gave them an area to have more kids and families paint stars. And so that, in 2016, we ended up having over 1,000 stars painted, and some of those stars ended up being sent to France after they experienced their tragedy. So these stars end up going from, different states to different nations in a therapeutic, as a therapeutic tool for those who are experiencing tragedy. In 2016, we again we ended up raffling off 40 Christmas trees through the partnership with Target and Home Depot, who donated those trees. So 40 families in our community ended up getting Christmas trees. And our attendance was about 9,000. So some of the services that the city provides come from 3 different departments. So police services, obviously that day we have to ensure the public safety. Our department provides the event organization, the coordination. We do the decoration and the setup of the park. We oversee all of the event components that day, and we also end up doing the cleanup and the takedown. And Public Works helps us with street closures and putting up no parking signs and the barricades and taking those down as well. So this year we will be following just about the same footprint. We won't be doing a car show this year. We're going to replace that component with a touch-a-truck. And so we're going to be reaching out to different organizations so that the kids can come and see different trucks and experience different types of careers and just continue to build a positive relationship with those agencies in our community. So we're going to reach out to fire, we'll reach out to SWAT, we'll reach out to some of our military partners in the city so that we can make sure that we provide our kids in the community a well-rounded experience. So this year's Winter Wonderland will be on December 9th. The YMCA Christmas Parade will start at 10 a.m. and it'll drop right into Winter Wonderland, which will be at the Paris Hill Park. Any questions, comments, concerns? You can
Yeah.
call Parks for the event or YMCA for the Christmas Parade. Yes, sir.
Where will the parade begin?
The parade will begin at the YMCA, which is off of 21st Street, right next to the Senior Center. So the parade route will go 21st, and then you'll go right on, I think it's Victoria or Valencia? Valencia. Then it goes right on Highland, and then it'll turn right into the park where Paris Hill parking lot for Fiscalini Field is, and then it'll go right into the vendor lane for Winter Wonderland.
Thank you.
You're
and
welcome.
It's at Paris Hill Park. Where
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez?
I just wanted to say thank you and good job. I know this is one of your signature events and you take so much pride along
is.
with your staff. I mean, just to see you glow, you're tired, but you're still glowing that day. What is your goal regarding attendance this year?
Well, it's always to increase it. So anything above 9,000 is a plus for us.
Like 12,000 perhaps?
That'd be great.
Bring it on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia, I want to thank you and the Parks Department. You do an incredible amount of work with the staff that you have, and we appreciate that you've hung in there with the city and made all of those positive impacts on our community. And once again, Route 66 was a great success, and you had a big part to play in that, so thank you.
We love what we do, and we love serving our community. So it is an absolute joy to continue to be able to do so. So thank you.
And just to remind, we've talked in the past about we'd like to explore these events with the mayor and council so that as we're preparing for, and we'll have one a little bit later this evening to talk about another community event, but we really want to start exploring these with the council, asking if you have any suggestions. I know you all attended them, or you attend as many as you possibly can, but we want to get your feedback on things that, from your perspective, worked well, what didn't work well, so we can kind of modify and adjust. But our goal would be to bring this to you a couple months in advance so we can implement any suggestions the council has. So,
Thank
and
you.
they do a great job with fairly limited resources.
Thank you. Next, Chief Burguan. Invite the chief, current chief.
Apparently it's just Joe.
Jared.
That's
Jerry.
right. It's just Jerry. He even forgets he's known me for 25 years and he still doesn't know my real name. So. Well, good evening, Mayor and Common Council. This is an update on the city's violence interruption program that we have implemented this year. For folks in the audience that may not be aware of what this is, for several years we've explored a mechanism to address violence in our community that would take a little bit of a different approach, not necessarily the traditional police approach that we are used to doing. And the idea, after a tremendous amount of research we came up with, was a program that is very similar to a ceasefire type program that is used in many, many communities. For our community, we're calling it the Violence Interruption Program. We finally funded it this fiscal year, and as part of that process, there was the contracting of California Partnerships for Safe Communities. That organization is represented by Stuart Wakeling, who's going to be part of today's presentation. That organization and Stuart has been embedded with our staff over the last several months doing a pretty comprehensive data analysis to try to get a clear picture as to what is the true driver of many of the issues that we're dealing with in terms of addressing violence. When they come up, Stuart's going to be part of the presentation. Captain Ron Moss and Captain Paul Williams, our two district commanders for North and South in the city, are going to be part of that presentation as well, and they're going to outline what they found. I'm just opening this up for them. I do want to say that one of the benchmarks that we talked about in developing this program is to hire a manager that will work within the city manager's office to run this particular program. I am happy to say that we have hired that we have offered a job and he has accepted the position. He does not actually become a full-time city employee for a couple more weeks, but I did want to take an opportunity to introduce him. David Miranda is in the audience. He was right there. When we advertised for the job and we put the word out in the community that we were looking for somebody to help manage this program, understanding that the importance of this program really is tied to the leadership of the program, I will tell you, we had some very, very good applications. We were thrilled to see the candidates that did come before us. David clearly comes to us with a great deal of experience, and we're excited to bring him on. His experience, he has worked in this industry for many, many years, most recently working directly out of the city of Los Angeles, helping their city deal with many of the very same problems using this type of an approach. So I wanted to come up and make that introduction of him. He's not actually a city employee yet, so he's not going to be part of today's presentation. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stuart, Captain Williams, and Captain Moss to make the presentation.
Thank you, Chief, Mayor, Council. My name is Stuart Wakeling. I direct the California Partnership for Safe Communities. We're going to do 3 things tonight, and I don't see the slides up. I'm not sure. Well, just wait a minute here. So I can start without that, but okay. Okay, so we're going to do a little brief refresher on the ceasefire approach. We're going to talk about the evidence that supports it and share some preliminary findings of the analysis we're using to shape that intervention to San Bernardino's particular strengths and needs. So ceasefire has 3 goals, sort of a triple bottom line. The first is to reduce violence citywide and in the near term, as measured by homicide and non-fatal injury shootings. The second is to reduce recidivism among young men at very highest risk of violence, really support them in making wise decisions. And third is to strengthen police-community relations. So ceasefire is actually 4 common sense, evidence-based practices done as a single continuous strategy. So what are those 4 pieces? The first piece is the in-depth analysis we're doing now. We do it as a retrospective exercise, sorry for the geek language, but we also do it in real time through a weekly meeting called a shooting review. The second piece is probably the most distinctive part of ceasefire or features of ceasefire, and it is providing young men at very highest risk of violence with accurate, sometimes bracing, but never threatening information about the consequences of violence. And so I'll talk about that when we look at the evidence for ceasefire. Talk about that more when we look at the evidence for ceasefire. The third piece is intensive relationship-based case management. It's really sort of a blend of what we know typically is street outreach and case management. So it begins with a sense of urgency because these young men are at such high risk with a focus on safety, and then evolves into a more traditional case management, stepwise progress toward employment and education. Then the fourth component of it is intelligence-driven, highly targeted enforcement, recognizing now that now with limited enforcement resources, we want to invest those resources where they will be most effective in reducing violence. So we don't have this slide yet on evidence, so I'm going to kind of describe it, or should I take a little pause here? So, okay. The fourth step is intelligence-driven, highly targeted enforcement, recognizing for actually multiple reasons that we want to invest those resources where they will be most effective in reducing violence. What I'm going to show you are findings from what's in the field is considered the gold standard of evaluation. It's actually an evaluation of evaluations. So about 5 years ago, led by 2 nationally known criminologists, a bunch of social scientists went over all the evaluations that had ever been done of ceasefire, this ceasefire approach across the country. And their first question was, which ones were really done well? And they found 11 evaluations. And then they said, what are these evaluations telling us about the effectiveness of this approach? And so these evaluations were done in cities like Boston, Stockton, Lowell, Mass, Chicago, Rockford, Illinois, et cetera, et cetera. And really 2 findings came out of that kind of evaluation of evaluations. The first finding was that it's an incredibly robust intervention. So in 10 out of 11 of those cities, the intervention achieved a double-digit reduction. And it achieved those reductions across a series of pretty formidable challenges. So shootings, recidivism for chronic offenders, dangerous open-air drug markets, in places, like I said, as different as Boston is from Chicago. And it worked with well-organized gangs, loose neighborhood crews, so a very flexible and versatile approach. Okay, I'm happy to wait or go over these again.
Well,
I'm just
or one
being
of the
mindful
things
of
I was
time.
going to do, it will take Mitch just a second to load this, and I apologize to the mayor and council. But I was also going, at the end, ask David if he wanted to just spend a couple minutes talking about why San Bernardino, his background a little bit. Would you prefer that we do that so that you can actually use the presentation? Yes, sir.
Well, it looks like he's got is this your presentation?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. We're going to proceed, then we'll come back to David.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, here we go. So those are the goals, with the most important being to reduce violence as measured by homicides citywide and in the near term. So we're talking about several months rather than several years with this approach. These are the 4 program components that I just mentioned, and I'm going to click right to the findings. So you'll see the findings up here. So the top 6 findings are focused on homicide and shootings. The next 3 findings are focused on recidivism, and the last ones are on drug offenses or nonviolent offenses. So a robust, all of those are double-digit reductions. And flexible and versatile approach. So it can work in very different cities and settings. So what's the story of ceasefire in California? I want to end my portion of this with that. And there have been sort of 2 generations of ceasefire here. The first, really, I won't use the term ceasefire, I'll use partnership-based violence reduction initiatives. And the first generation was prior to the recession. The findings for one of those, Stockton is up there. But during the recession, many departments shrank so much that those efforts weren't sustained. And so these 3 are the efforts that have the longest life in California. And a nod to David in that the 2 of these are from Los Angeles, and I think he may have been directly involved in them. The first is LA's Community Safety Partnership. I'll let him talk about that. But they just had an evaluation of that effort, a very positive evaluation. And the second was through a citywide program called GRID in the North San Fernando Valley in the Mission Command, a large area, 300,000 residents. That has been going for 7 years, and every year that they've been doing it, it has outpaced citywide reductions. I think with a net result of an almost 70% reduction in homicide in that area of Los Angeles. And then Stockton's Peacekeeper, which is in its 2nd generation of work and has had a 42% reduction in homicide during that period. So Captain Williams is going to share the findings of our early analysis. We do this analysis for 3 reasons. One is because it is partnership-based, and we want the partners to have a common understanding of the problem, because there are a lot of things about gun violence that are counterintuitive. We'll share some of them tonight. The other is that we really do want to be careful to tailor the approach to San Bernardino's strengths and needs. And the third is that we're living in an era, maybe a permanent era, where resources are restricted, and we want to wisely invest those. So I'll hand it over to Captain Williams.
Thanks, Derek. All right. So during the analysis, we started looking at the homicides from January of 2015 to current year, which actually was a month ago, or in June. We came up with 111, which is the number, and each one of those involved a combined 189 victims and suspects. So that's important to look not only at the suspects and their actions, but the victims and what their background is or may not have been in correlation to the suspects. So, but looking at the motives, the incidents themselves, the victims and the suspects' demographics, but also looking at their criminal justice system involvement, and then how that correlates with their networks, their friendships, the groups in which they hang out with. So that's part of the analysis. It's pretty drawn out, but eventually the goal here is, and it's going to happen, is as a injury shooting occurs, we will have regular, weekly, real-time updates from our investigators to the staff so that we can continue the evaluation to determine if something needs to change or be modified. Just a quick graph. There's just slight error on 2017. We're only at 28. But that's just the graph of how homicides since '86 have occurred in this city. So you can see they fluctuate. They fluctuate pretty heavily. So what the analysis came out with is that suspects and victims are primarily Black and Hispanic, men ages between 18 and 34, the average age being 31. If you'll notice that the suspects and victims, they average 6.85 prior arrests at the time of the homicide. Among those individuals and that are known to the criminal justice system, the average prior arrest was 8.36. They're involved in a variety of crimes. We call them referred to as cafeteria style. They range from low all the way up to high, and there's another screen that I'll talk about that. But our victims and our suspects tend to have very similar in terms of their demographics and their patterns of offenses in their history, their criminal history. So this is just a breakdown of they're known. So the average age of victims is 32.8, suspects 28.4. So as you can see, our victims are older on the average than our suspects. Go all the way down to the very bottom there, and prior convictions for felonies, over 50% of our suspects have been convicted at some time for a felony offense in the state of California. So in an active probation, nearly a third for victims are on probation, and 43% of our suspects are on some form of active probation or parole. So here's just a kind of a little bar graph that shows the different types of crimes that our suspects and victims have been involved in prior to the incident occurring. See disorderly conduct, disorderly offenses are the highest of their prior arrests. And then you have armed and violent. We still have armed and violent prior arrest people out on our streets of San Bernardino. In my last slide, the majority of the groups, Ron, are you going to cover all that? Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. What we found is the role of groups, you've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 66 to 81% of our victim suspects or both are involved in some sort of group, whether it's a criminal gang, a tagger crew, that sort of thing. It is not just a random person going down the street as the victim. It's a lifestyle choice frequently. The drivers of these homicides, it's the group members themselves. Often it's personality conflicts or personal conflicts, or it's disputes between and within the different groups and the gangs. They also tend to involve a significant share of other crimes that result in the homicides. So whether it's human trafficking or drug sales, car theft, stripping of cars, that sort of thing, it's not just predicated upon going out and killing somebody. Something else leads up to it first. When you look at the overall breakdown of how many of those involved in the homicides, again, whether that's the victim or the suspect combined, over 73 of those 111 involved, or 66% involved some sort of group member involvement. Only 19% had no involvement at all, and then 16% where we didn't know. There was nothing that we could point to that could contribute to it. Either it's a completely unknown suspect, so we don't know what's involved on that side, or The victim, there is nothing documented, but we can't say for certain one way or the other. Again, homicide circumstances by group involvement. The ongoing personal disputes, as an overall percentage of homicides, that's 20.7%. You can work your way down from there. The overall percentage of group members involved, 73.9%. What we are targeting here are folks in these groups. This is going to allow us to build that intelligence to identify the parties that we need to work with, or I should say address, in a fashion that we've never done before here in our organization. We've done a great job in the past for arresting our way out of these problems, but we need to do something to turn these people away from this path so they don't just continue along those lines. It's not your average person, average citizen that's involved in this. It is people that have taken a lifestyle choice to engaging these things that, to many of you in the audience, is completely foreign to your value system. It is not something it's not how you would conduct yourselves. It's not how you make your choices. What we want to do is take these folks that are making these bad choices and see if we can't bring them back in line with the way you would make your choices yourselves. So, an overall summary of the observations. The role of groups in violence is significant. Clearly, it's significant. The violence is concentrated in these groups. Again, it's both sides, both the victims and the suspects are involved in these groups frequently. They have our groups within the city, and when we did our intelligence analysis, the active membership ranges somewhere between 615 and 875 members. Now, keep in mind, it's not like they keep a roll or they have a mailing list of who's going out there and they're paying, whatever. So that's why it's such a range. You're not able to just absolutely definitively say that this is an active member of this organization at this point in time. But when you look at that as a comparison to our overall population in the city, that's less than 0.5% of the folks that live in this city. That's who's driving a lot of our homicides. 0.5%. Homicides and shootings associated with these groups are driven by these ongoing group conflicts, but also members, they use violence to solve and resolve personal conflicts. It's not how we do it, but that's how they've been doing it, and we've got to try to break that cycle. Now, looking at implementation and action steps, we need to build our core operational capacities. That is a huge part of what David is going to be here for. We need to engage those critical stakeholders from throughout the community and throughout the county. There are a lot of resources. There are a lot of folks in a position to help that we need to take advantage of that. And then we need to connect San Bernardino's implementation team to the colleagues in other cities. We don't want to make the same mistakes another city has made. If we can learn from their mistakes, we don't repeat those mistakes here. If we encounter something that they've been doing that's been very successful, we want to incorporate that here. The way we do that is by coordinating with them. And ultimately, we need to seek funding for those capacities, the evaluation and the special projects. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the chief.
Or Jared. Somebody's working. Anyway, so we're doing a little bit off the fly here, but I'm going to invite David to come up. Since we did talk a little bit about the LA experience, I'm going to invite David to come up and actually just allow him to introduce himself a little bit personally, to talk a little about his experience and where he comes from on this spectrum of dealing with violence in this way. So, David?
Thank you for that warm introduction and welcome, you guys, Mayor, Council, City Attorney, members of the community. I'm humbled and grateful for the opportunity to take on this initiative for the City of San Bernardino. My life experience is directly involved with this type of demographic and violence. I grew up in public housing in the areas of Boyle Heights. The communities were infested and impacted by gang violence in every corner in a 4 square mile. I'm gonna give you just a quick little overview of my public service. I've worked with the District Attorney's Office all the way through City Council and the Mayor's Office, where I had the unique experience in working with the City Council of Los Angeles in the area I lived in Boyle Heights, and began working with the city and developing a summer violence reduction strategy for the GRID office, and that was attached to the Mayor's Office. And there I provided extreme technical assistance on programming for the community, tailored to the community, and including family, because the idea of working not only with youth was it wasn't enough. We needed to include the families to incorporate and kind of create a sense of community in those areas that were impacted by violence, and ultimately had broken families there. So in that capacity for city council, not only did I work with the mayor's office and law enforcement, but I worked with various city departments providing service delivery in the targeted area, and we made a collective impact on the quality of life with the public safety lens. Shortly thereafter, I was recruited by the mayor's office to do a citywide transnational project, if you will. It involved working with two of the largest Latin American gangs that we know in LA, and they're transnational, and it was citywide. So not only was I working in the areas of East Los Angeles, but I was working in the heart of Los Angeles and west of it. About 2 years there, the Urban Peace Institute recruited me to work with their agency and what they do not only in LA, but they do it statewide and nationwide. So there I began to work in South LA overseeing direct service contracts for gang intervention providers there in the South LA area. A little bit more about what you saw on the slide on the LA Community Safety Partnership. What that is and how it started was getting dedicated officers from a dedicated division into a dedicated area such as public housing. They were responsible for enforcing critical laws, right? They were exercising an enormous amount of discretion, but the goal was to do alternative to arrest. So to connecting youth and families to resources to change the behavior so that we don't attempt to arrest and incarcerate our way out of this problem. So it's getting to the root causes of that behavior that's gonna really change the quality of life around here. It's really attaching resources that are gonna help that family and youth and family to get beyond their current struggle. And the Community Safety Partnership started in public housing in Watts. It started going further north into other project areas, and now the city is trying to do it in a park, which is completely different. It's a completely different approach, but it's mirroring what the summer violence reduction strategy that LA did in the past. It's the Summer Night Lights program that keeps the parks open between 7 and midnight, and it's free program for the entire community, ages 0 to 65, and it's culturally enriching. It's bringing all the resources in a targeted area so that those folks that don't get exposed to resources throughout the year, perhaps this is the time to get it during the summer. And the most significant experience I had was working in the mayor's gang reduction and youth development program as a regional program coordinator that pretty much required my time 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including holidays and weekends, responding to violence in tandem with law enforcement and a community outreach worker. You heard that word before. A community outreach worker, a successful community outreach worker, is usually one that comes from the life of gang violence and has transformed their life and is now seeking redemption and is now working in the communities that they impacted and transforming the lives of those youth and families. So that's who I worked with. It's a lot of it's emotionally draining. You showing up to homicide scenes and picking up the data there, who's impacted, who may be impacted after this incident, and what can we do as a city to prevent retaliation. The city of LA worked real close with the University of Los Angeles, UCLA, to develop a research method to detect whether or not this crisis response model was successful in preventing retaliation. And lo and behold, it is significant in terms of reducing retaliation out of an initial incident. It showed that if you notify an outreach worker for every incident, you'll have a 43% reduction in retaliatory violence there. And some folks don't believe in that. They think it should just be law enforcement responding to the homicide scene, but we learned that if you put an outreach worker attached to this effort, there's almost a 50% chance of preventing retaliation. That's just my experience in a quick overview. I look forward to meeting with each and every one of you and a lot of the city departments responsible for delivering these services, and just getting some feedback and suggestions from you guys, especially in the areas that you guys oversee. We obviously want to build trust not only between community and law enforcement, but we want the trust between community and government to increase as well. So we want to be responsive to every area's needs, and I'm just looking forward to starting and and hitting the ground with everybody involved, including the community, San Bernardino. Thank you.
I should include as well that although David's professional experience and where he grew up was city of LA, he is now an Inland Empire resident, so he's invested in our region and such, and so I think he's happy to be have the opportunity to do this closer to where he lives now. A little bit longer than we planned on this presentation went, but we are more than happy to take any questions that might come from the council on this.
Councilmember Nichol.
Yeah, I applaud this effort. I think it's necessary. I think there's examples of this being done very effectively in other parts of the country. Over the summer, I had the opportunity to join a number of my colleagues, including some of our neighborhood association presidents in Omaha. 10 years ago, Omaha implemented what's called Omaha 360. Which is a program that does essentially this type of intervention, and they've seen upwards of a 60% reduction in violent gun-related crimes and homicides in that 10-year period. So I know it works. One of the things they really stressed when Jamie Anders Kemp, I think is the name of the director of that program in Omaha, and she really stressed the need to really engage at multiple levels within the communities that are encountering the most violence, where we see these patterns. The other thing they mentioned was there's really seasonal upticks as well. I know we were looking at the annual upticks, but even when you break that out over the year, you kind of start to see this pattern over time of certain times of the year, there tend to be upticks. I don't know if we're seeing that same pattern or not, but they've developed over that 10-year period. They've learned a lot and realized that they actually meet every week. They have a meeting every week that includes the mayor and the police chief and members of the faith-based community, different community-based organizations, advocates within the communities, neighborhood association presidents, and residents that come in and provide the intelligence that's needed to kind of mitigate these potential issues. As you said, you can sort of see the storm brewing in many cases before the actual homicide occurs, and they've really been able to address this on a much more proactive basis. But they said, it took time. They had failures in the beginning. They didn't see success as quickly as they had hoped, but over time they've determined a way to effectively do this, and it's ongoing. I mean, it's once you start this, you have to remain committed to it. So I applaud your efforts, and certainly whatever support you need from the council, and I'm looking forward to getting these reports hopefully periodically to start seeing what successes we're implementing, what's working, and what we need to do is in terms of committing ourselves. I hear this consistently from residents that have left the city. One of the main reasons they've left is because of crime. And what I hear consistently from businesses that might otherwise consider moving into the city and residents moving into the city is the reason they choose not to come here is because of crime. So if we don't address this, everything else is really kind of academic. So I appreciate your efforts, and again, whatever you need from us, you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. We appreciate that presentation. And
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Valdivia, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to certainly express my deep appreciation to our police department in making sure that we have these necessary tools. Just last week, I attended a neighborhood community and heard certainly an outcry from residents regarding some of the criminal activity. I'm just so grateful that we are, as a council, really looking for new alternative solutions. And so anyhow, I really applaud. I enjoyed hearing the presentation from David and all of our police administrators regarding this. I think it is going to be a strategy of collaboration, prevention, and intervention, certainly enforcement component and supportive services. But these do provide some positive alternatives and activities. And I want to certainly extend my warm welcome to David, and looking forward to a great program for our city. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Stuart, I have a couple questions for you, if I may. The problem analysis and data collection that's been completed now, has it resulted in your observation that many of the similar trends that you've found in the 111 cases that you studied have some similar characteristics to the other evaluations that have been done in the analysis?
So, yeah, there are commonalities with other cities in California. There are also some things that are distinctive about San Bernardino. I could mention a couple. One is the activity of out-of-town gangs within the city, and I'll let the police speak to that. But it's a significant number of homicides and non-fatal injury shootings are driven by LA and Pasadena gangs. And I have not, I've seen sort of people crossing borders, but not people targeting communities to sort of do crime. And that was a distinctive finding. So that's one of the main ones that jumps out.
Yeah, and I'll weigh in real quickly on that. One of the things that we have often seen when we look at our cases, we've done our own internal data analysis, and we've looked at some of the challenges that we deal with is when you talk about gang violence, a lot of communities talk about the ownership of gangs that belong in neighborhoods in their cities. And we have some interesting dynamics that we in the police department at least feel very strongly is connected to some of the housing challenges we have in our community, and that we have an influx of folks that come into this city in many cases for inexpensive housing and those types of dynamics, and it doesn't always attract the best element. And we have neighborhood, in certain areas of the city, we have these challenges of literally folks that might be documented gang members from cities throughout Southern California that are living in close proximity to one another, and we've frequently seen that flare up in the violence realm as people are competing for a drug market or whatever it might be, surrounding money. And it's a dynamic we have frequently seen. We do not have. We certainly have our own neighborhood-based gangs that are traditionally connected to San Bernardino, but we see a disproportionate number of violence driven by folks that aren't necessarily just from those groups.
Thank you.
And I think in part that's the reason why we see this program being an important one, but it really is also important that we continue with programs like the Quality of Life program, the code enforcement group that we've established now, really holding those individuals accountable for maintaining their properties, because our goal would be to attract the right type of people to our community, people that really want to be law-abiding citizens and participate actively in the community.
And so that, I think, speaks, Stuart, to the need for the tailoring of the resolutions and solutions in San Bernardino. That data analysis helps you then to identify those differences so that, as the chief was talking about, we don't make, or maybe it was Captain Moss, we don't make the same mistakes, that we can learn from the deployment of that violence intervention program that other communities have that are similar to ours, but then ours that are unique will allow you to develop those processes that will then address our concerns.
Yes, exactly. I don't want to overemphasize that phenomenon. I think the commonalities are greater than these unique features, but be mindful of those ones as we move forward.
Very good. Thank you for your presentation. And welcome, David.
Thank you.
Next, we will invite the Chamber to come forward. Leslie Stevens. That's been pulled.
Turn on your mic, please.
Leslie, turn on your mic.
Good evening. I'm Leslie Stevens, Director of Sales and Marketing at the Residence Inn by Marriott in San Bernardino, and a board member for the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here with the upcoming events for our community for the next 2 weeks. On October 20th at 8 p.m., the California Theater of Performing Arts on 4th Street features The Little Mermaid, as well as Saturday at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m., and again on Sunday at 2. On October 21st and 22nd, the San Bernardino International Airport SBD Airfest show will take place. They'll have all kinds of aerobatics and exciting concert. The second day will feature more aerobatic performances, plus fly-high motocross riders, a plane pull, plenty of food and refreshments. On October 21st also features the Sir Optimus Savor the Favor event at 2101 Del Rosa, beginning at 6:30. Finally, don't forget to join us at the Chamber's monthly social networking business after hours on October the 26th at Crest Chevrolet. Will be hosting 909 West 121st Street, beginning at 5. Here's wishing you all a safe Halloween on October 31st. Trick-or-treaters, watch out for oncoming traffic, and drivers take extra care on the road as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the chamber keeping us up to date. I would also like to thank Evelyn Estrada. She's the person behind the yellow ribbons that we're wearing in
Pink, these are pink.
pink. That's right, they are pink.
I didn't get a yellow one.
Yes, thank you. We will now turn to our consent calendar. We'll invite members from the public to come forward. Our first speaker will be Sergio Luna. Sergio here. Robert Porter. This is items on the agenda, yes.
Mayor, council, good people. So today you'll be appointing the Cannabis Commission. And supposedly all the cannabis problems will be worked out. But no one believes in this commission. And they think it's a sham. So they don't think it's going to accomplish anything. So let's hope it does. And you can make sure of that by keeping a close eye on it, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping you'll be attending some of these commission meetings and studying very hard. There's quite a few different YouTube videos that you could take a look to study from our point of view, where we're coming from, and to learn how all your constituents feel, not just the negative ones, positive ones too. And maybe we can work some stuff out before just runs the whole game and continues to run the whole game. And other people could get involved. So if you would attend some of those Cannabis Commission meetings, Mr. Mayor, it'd be very cool of you. We would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe.
Carmel Rowe, resident, 41 years. There's a few items on the agenda that I wanted to take a look at today. And the first one was the legal services for a total of $734,000 to extend the contract for somebody, but it was had to do with the attorney fees, and for $734,000, which I did read this. I don't see it on here today. Thank you. Thank you. Item number 15 for $734,500, and right now you're adding another $14,000. I'm just wondering, really, what are we getting? That could fix a lot of streetlights. That could house a lot of homeless. I'd also like to talk about the Cannabis Commission. I did read in the proposal here that you guys sent out an RFP and you posted it on the web and you posted it in the newspaper for a consulting firm. Well, I looked on the web. I looked on the city's homepage. It's not listed under Measure O. It's not listed under where their other RFPs are. And then it said you guys sent out letters to interested parties. Well, I was an interested party and I never got a letter. I don't know if your decisions are made tonight, but I'm once again requesting to be a part of the Cannabis Commission so that I could be a part of the solution instead of you guys continuing the problem. After that, I'd like to, there was something else I wanted to talk about on here today, but I think it's for public hearing. Oh, for the code enforcement. I think it's item number 30, that you guys would like to put us with the county and let the county code enforce people over the dry brush. And actually what you would do would be taking away our rights and letting people enter without a warrant. You know, when you strip people of their rights, we have a problem. And I have been victimized in this city by code enforcement just because I am very outspoken. And I've seen code enforcement officers in this city take bribes with my own eyes. So for you to give people, you know, rights to properties without actual warrants or without actual anything, I have a problem with that. Now, there are good code officers like Rebecca over there. She's wonderful. She's the best code enforcement officer we have. But there are others who are very bad, and I've made complaints, and I have not ever been heard. But then again, I don't know if I ever am, because the mayor, he's not even looking, or I don't know if he's even paying attention to the problems that go on in the city. Thanks.
Dorothy Garcia.
Mayor and council members, I'm here as a member of the Fine Arts Commission, asking that you support the agenda item on the Community Art Fest. I think this is really an important thing to support in this city, and to show the work of those in the community, those artists in the community, to show their work, and to have other members of the community and people from outside the community see that San Bernardino has artists and has art going on. The past couple of years for what was then called Art Night has been it's been held and it's been successful. Mr. Persico in those years came to the Fine Arts Commission and asked for funding from the allocation that we had in the budget. We don't have that anymore, or we don't think we have it anymore. We don't know where we are in terms of allocation of funding. And so that is why Mr. Persico is approaching this a little differently this year. We support him, we support this fest, and many of us have been on the planning committees for the last 2 years and are again this year. We feel very strongly that this is an event that needs to continue so that in the future we continue, it gets better each year, and we become known as a city that does have some art going on, some art that's contributing to our renaissance, and we hope that you will support it. I have 10 reasons, top 10 reasons to support the arts. I'm not going to give all top 10 reasons right now. I just want to give you one of them. Arts have social impact. The University of Pennsylvania researchers have demonstrated that a high concentration of the arts in a city leads to higher civic engagement, more social cohesion, higher child welfare, and lower crime and poverty rates. The arts are used by the United States military to promote troop force and family readiness, resilience, retention, and for the successful integration of veterans into family and community life. So, and that's just one reason to support the arts. Hope that you will support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor.
Brian, yes.
I do
City
plan.
Manager.
I do plan to request this evening to pull that item so that we can address a couple of those questions. So I will request
Thank
that be pulled.
Brian Wing.
Good
discuss.
evening.
Yeah.
My name is Brian Wing. I'm a faculty member at Richardson Prep here in San Bernardino. Most of you have probably heard of that one. We're probably the shining jewel of the district, I would assume. Basically, I'm here also to speak on support of the Art Night, Art Festival coming up this year as well. I'm also the volunteer director of the San Bernardino Teen Music Workshop, which is a program in San Bernardino that provides free music lessons to about 200 of our district kids. Many of you actually ask us to perform at your events. I know we recently performed, our jazz band performed at one of John Valdivia's events as well. And so most of you have seen our groups. I'm here because basically our group is invited to play at many communities around the Inland Empire. We always do the Beaumont Cherry Fest, Yucaipa Music Festival, Riverside Festival of Lights. Hopefully you guys have seen that one. Even Highland has a music festival. And I've worked in this community for over 30 years as a probation officer, as a social worker for CPS, and now I've been working for the school district for almost 14 years. And so it's great to see that art and music is becoming part of San Bernardino again. Once Route 66 left several years ago, there weren't really many events that really gave youth in the community an opportunity to perform or show their art, other than things at the Orange Show. So again, I'm here to support that. I think it makes San Bernardino a better community to have these events. The other thing too is, you know, we talk about this 1/2 of 1% of a huge problem here in San Bernardino. Like I said, I've worked the probation side, I've worked the child protective services side, and now I'm working the education side of this. So I've worked with youth in this community for over 30 years, and there's a plethora of problems that can explain, you know, why we have these issues with violence here in San Bernardino. What I can tell you is typically it boils down to a couple things, and that's lack of opportunity and lack of positive activities that kids can do. Even the gentleman that you recently hired to help with this problem is mentioning creating opportunities for teens and youth to be involved in activities that are more positive. And so any program like a Festival of Arts and Music not only highlights our great kids, like this young man from Middle College that also went to Richardson Prep, that received an award earlier, but it highlights what we can accomplish as a community and the positive things about our community. I just hate it when I see the negative press about San Bernardino when I've been here and worked here for so long, and it's just a shame. Bring on the positive events, Miss Cynthia's Winter Fest. All those things are just great things for this community. Hopefully you continue to support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roman Bala? Is it Baca? Roman Baca? Pastor Young? Daniel Watkins? Wallace? Thank you.
My name's Danielle Wallace, and I'm the Executive Director from Arts Connection. We're the county's Arts Council, but we're based here in San Bernardino City. And I spend a lot of time here. I've been involved in the Art Fest for the past few years, 2 years, and I'm speaking in favor to support the resolution. The arts are vital to our communities. They play a really important role just as far as, you know, its inherent value, expressing personal identity, but also collective cultural identities. This Art Fest is an opportunity for artists to get out there and to share those feelings, those identities with everybody else who comes to look at it. So it has this inherent value, but it also has economic value. And I was perusing the Sunday paper just this past weekend. There was an article in the LA Times business section about public art, and that having this public art in front of this building has attracted all these people to come there and do Instagram photos. Not that I think that the economic driver is the most important thing about the arts, but as a city council, I know that's important to you. And I think that having the Art Fest can be an economic driver, and it can bring people in. Again, the Americans for the Arts, which Dottie Garcia mentioned, they have a study called Arts and Economic Prosperity, and I encourage you all to go to their website and take a look at it. For every ticket dollar ticket price, beyond the ticket price, people that go into an event spend an average of $27.79 beyond that ticket price. So you can see through their studies, which they've done in all sorts of different size cities, rural places, everywhere, they've come up with these facts and figures that support the fact that the art is an economic driver. So, but all in all, I can tell you, as an artist myself, the arts are important. There's something to be valued. There's something to be celebrated. I'm sitting here, you know, watching the other presentations. This community needs the positive arts. They need that respite from all of the other stuff that's going on. And when I was at that first Art Fest, people were coming up to me and they were telling me what an amazing experience it was. It was, I remember one person in particular said, "This is the best thing that's happened here in years." And that sort of honest outpouring really touched me. So I hope you will fund it, continue to fund it.
Thank you. Sandra Ibarra?
Good evening, everybody. Sandra Ibarra, resident of the Second Ward, also Commissioner for the Fine Arts Commission. And I am here to speak in favor of item 26 to fund the Arts Fest, San Bernardino Arts Fest happening in 2018. Our city does need positivity. I'm always here being negative. Sorry, when I'm only limited to 3 minutes for anything on the agenda, I try to make sure that it's something that's important, and that's why people think I'm negative. But I'm mostly a positive person. So I would recommend our council to please approve the $25,000 for the Art Fest. Thank you.
Marvin Norman? Gil Bateo?
Thank you, Mayor. Gil Bateo, here as also Fine Arts Commission member, an honorable appointee of Virginia Marquez. Thank you, Virginia. Honorable Mayor, Common Council, I'm here in support of, I've been telling everyone in the arts community, Mark's item, but it's not Mark's item. It's the city's item. The arts are universal, and I wish David were still here because there are many strategies to engage young people, to engage residents, and the arts is a big piece of that. It has no boundaries, no borders. Everyone can enjoy the arts. So I think that when we first approached Mark, Jim and his staff and everyone said, how can we help? And it became a city project. It's we're in our third year, so there are always growing pains, but we have to do something. If you look at the numbers, Pomona, Sacramento, Riverside, among others, have taken back their Pasadena, have taken back their cities that were in blight, economic downturn through the arts. The arts are the savior for many communities, and I hope that this body, and led by our gracious mayor, will see the value in the arts. I'm a newly member of the symphony, and I saw the mayor and his lovely wife there at the opening, and it was a great feeling. It was a great thing. And when I saw our mayor, I knew that he is committed to the arts. Virginia is also ours. She would not have appointed me. So again, I just want to make a plea to you, Mayor, especially, and the council, that we also need to have a bigger discussion about these fees that support the efforts that the Fine Arts Commission have allocated to the community over numerous years. It's important that we maintain these grants. It's important that we step up and we say that the arts matter, but more than that, that our community matters. And I want to thank you, and I hope that you support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker slips? Thank you. Appreciate the input from the community on our consent calendar items. We will ask council members for any items you'd like to pull. Councilmember Marquez.
None today, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrios.
19A.
19.
A, yes. Oh.
Councilmember
19.
Charette.
No, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Not today, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Nickel.
I have items 14, 15, 22, 23, and 21. 15, 22, and 23, I have the same question, so I'd like to take them together.
Could you repeat that? 14, 15.
14, 15, 21, 22, and 23. 15, 22, and 23 I'd like to take together.
15, 22,
2 and 23 I would like to take together.
Okay. Councilmember Richard.
None today.
Thank you. Councilmember Mulvihill.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. And City Manager would like to pull item number 26 from the consent calendar. Thank you.
Move the balance.
Thank you. We have motion to approve,
Or second.
move the balance. We have a second.
Yes.
Councilmember Mulvihill. Councilmember Valdivia made the motion. We'll go for a voice vote.
Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. Okay. On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passed 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 14 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino approving a freeway agreement with the State of California for the Interstate 215 freeway through the City of San Bernardino and rescinding previous Interstate 215 freeway agreements approved by resolution numbers 5490, 2002-14, and 2003-20. Councilmember Nickel.
Yeah, this item was brought to my attention by a number of constituents that voiced some concern over the fact that the freeway configuration has changed considerably over what we had in 1957, which is when we first entered into this agreement. And from what I read in the agenda item, essentially what this agreement does is delineate which maintenance costs are the responsibility of the city and which responsibilities are that of the state. Yeah. And so the bottom line question is the bottom line. In the agenda item under the fiscal impact, it simply stated that this item has been addressed in the 17-18 year budget, but there's been no analysis or discussion of what the comparable costs are between what our share of that cost was in prior years, what we anticipate those costs being, what mechanisms there are to ensure that that there's landscaping that's maintained on the off-ramps and so forth. I received a number of complaints from constituents that say they go to other cities and there's good landscaping. You go through San Bernardino and then all of a sudden the landscaping tends to be non-existent in some cases. And there's some real concern because of the fact that the freeway has been expanded significantly from what it was in its prior configuration, that certainly there might be some savings immediately because the facilities are relatively new. But as time goes by and those facilities begin to deteriorate, what obligation are we taking on as the city? And what efforts have been done to negotiate this new agreement, which is essentially, from what I can see, essentially an entirely new agreement. I mean, the configuration has changed so considerably that it doesn't even compare to the old agreement that we entered into 60 years ago. So maybe you can address some of those questions. What is the overall cost obligation for us? What do we anticipate this cost being over time as these facilities likely and inevitably begin to deteriorate? What obligation do we have, and what's that dollar figure look like?
And maybe just if Michael could start with where's the delineation between the state property? There's also some SBCTA responsibility for portions, and then our responsibility, just so that the community has a general understanding of what areas we're referring to.
Yes, our responsibility is mainly at the crossings, of course, the road crossings, whether they go over, they're an overpass. If it's an overpass, it usually involves maintenance of the sidewalk, anything above what they call the wearing surface of the roadway. That'd be the barrier rails, the street lights, curbs, if there are any, things like that. And if there are walls along there, graffiti maintenance would be our responsibility. Where you have underpasses, it's essentially the same thing. We maintain the roadway surfaces on underpasses, and we also maintain the lighting and graffiti and street sweeping and debris cleanup. And we do have some landscaping, which was put in by the state, which we are also obligated to maintain as part of both the overpasses and underpasses. The main part of the freeway on the surface, everything that's part of the actual driving area of the freeway is maintained by the state. So we don't really have anything. We have to get a permit to even go up there and get onto the freeway. And also we will also have to get a permit for some types of work in areas of our own responsibility, either in underpasses or overpasses.
What is the anticipated cost?
We haven't really studied the anticipated cost. We've just made it relative to what has occurred in past years. We feel that certainly in the short term here, there will be substantially less cost because everything's new, not as subject to break as usual. Of course, there's repairs of guardrails, repairs of street lights that have been knocked down by traffic. Things like that are really random things and difficult to predict, but we'd assume they're going to be very similar to what happened before, because we essentially have the same number of overpasses and underpasses as before.
While it may have changed in terms of configuration, but the amount of land or space that we're maintaining is relatively similar. We are not responsible for the main lines, and I think maybe more modernly, Caltrans, and that's part of the reason why we feel comfortable with this agreement. More modernly, we've had the opportunity, and as other cities have too, to work with Caltrans as they construct those on and off ramps to try to minimize the financial impact to the city and create structures that are maintainable, whereas many, many years ago, we didn't have as much input with respect to the way that was configured. So anytime they're making improvements, one of these suggestions, projects that we're working on now is a potential new off-ramp on the 210 freeway. Our staff will have considerable input into that process, again, with the idea that we want to minimize the maintenance that we're going to have to input all the structures they're responsible for, but we do have maintenance obligations as it gets closer and then begins to connect with our streets. With respect to the question about the landscaping along the freeways, that is something I did mention to this council a couple weeks ago. We have an agreement with SBCTA. They're looking at the 215 freeway, and we've talked about some other on and off ramps and areas within our community where I personally agree we can do a much better job in partnership with SBCTA in terms of landscaping that to some standards that will be easy for the state to maintain. We also recognize the position they're in, but we're going to be at the table talking about what structures do we want, what's the configuration to try to minimize our maintenance efforts.
So at this time, we really don't have a dollar figure that we've identified in terms of what the costs have been and what we anticipate the costs will be going forward under this agreement?
We don't, and I'll just express kind of partially why and what we're doing in the future, because we anticipate that there won't be much change. There is no real incremental cost change to what we're being responsible for maintaining currently. I think as we march forward in the next budget process, I've talked to some of you about this. I think as the department heads come forward with their budget requests, one of the things that we'll be working with them on is identifying things like this. What are these areas that we're maintaining because of obligations that we have? In the area of parks and recreation, I'd like to start talking to the council about what are those events, community events and things. So you have a real true sense when you're adopting that budget, and we have one that we're currently in, so the council has adopted a budget, and we feel that there's sufficient funding to meet our obligations under this, but we're going to start to break those things out. So as you adopt the budget, you have an understanding of what are you buying for those dollars. So what is that going to allow us to do? And then what are some things that you can expect from us in terms of performance measurements that you can look to at the end of that fiscal year and realize that we've either met those or we've not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Charette?
I think you kind of answered the question, and we did go at it a couple of weeks ago about the landscaping on the freeway itself.
Yes.
That, in my opinion, has taken far too long to get done. When you drive out the 10, you go through Fontana and some of the other cities, you go out across the 210 to Rialto and that north end, and I'll just say it appears to me that we're the stepchild in terms of getting landscaping done on the freeways. I'm thrilled that they spent as much money as they did, the state did, and with the 215 freeway and what they did through our community. It's phenomenal, and it is, but it's not finished.
Right.
We haven't gotten landscaping, and I'm not real happy about that, and I just don't think it's fair. You know, what's fair? But it just, when you look at the surrounding communities, it just seems, and I don't know if they've had more juice with these people or what. And I'm not blaming anybody, but I would like to really open up the discussion to landscaping. And if it has anything to do with the drought, okay, so be it. But you know, enough is enough, and we need to get some landscaping on that 215 freeway from the interchange clear on up through to DeVore.
You know, there are opportunities for cities to participate in regional groups and things, and you know, candidly, I think you're going to see a different perspective from the city staff when we are representing our interests there. Second best is not good enough for San Bernardino. Right. And so as we've talked about raising the bar and letting people understand what our expectations are, I think you'll begin to see a different approach with some of these agencies.
And I believe that with you on board, and I appreciate it, and I thank you, but I'm going to keep talking to you about it.
That's okay, you can. All of you can.
Did we have a motion for item 15?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll go by voice vote.
On item 14, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we'll be taking item 15, item 22, and item 23 together at the request of Councilmember Nichol. Item 15 is the Seventh Amendment to the Consultant Services Agreement between the City of San Bernardino and the law offices of Linda Davie. Item 22 is the First Amendment to an agreement with Manage Corporation for the SBX East Street from 10th Street to Highland Avenue repaving project. And item 23 is the Seventh Amendment to the agreement for the design of Old Waterman Canyon Bridge replacement. Councilmember Nichol?
Yeah, each of these items has to do with a contract, an obligation more or less that the city entered into, and the fact that from what I can read in each of these three items, there were that each of these items had overruns beyond what the contractual authority had been. And that has raised some concerns with a number of folks that contacted me over the weekend, that here we have three items that are essentially all addressing overruns of contract authority. What are we going to do to address this? Is this something that's normal, or is this something that we anticipate we're going to start fixing in terms of financial controls and ensuring that these overruns don't happen, or we don't get along and realize, oops, we didn't have enough money to pay you?
I mentioned this to you before, that there certainly will be times where contracts go over budget. We need to anticipate when that's going to happen and come back to the council before it actually occurs. So this is a series of contracts that I've talked to you about in the past where we've had that situation. We're trying to clean those up. Our finance director is implementing new financial controls in both of our finance system, but also within our other systems that would assist us in identifying when this is occurring and get it resolved as quickly as possible. So there will be a few more of these, I anticipate, and then we'll be through with these, and we're monitoring our contracts on a regular basis now. But I would just encourage you, we don't have a question with respect to whether the services were provided. They were provided, they were clearly for services that were within projects and expectations that the council had, but we've got to manage these contracts better so that we don't continue to have this situation occurring. So again, I don't have
as somebody that had to manage contracts, I can tell you, even one of these, I would have been reprimanded. Absolutely reprimanded. It does concern me.
I should. And part of the reason why you're seeing this is because we want to make sure that we're being completely transparent and letting you know about it so you can take action on it, recognizing that it has to be cured.
Move to approve. Thank you.
Second. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah, I just have one question on number 15. It's indicated here that Ms. Dalby's contract with the city expired June 30th, 2017.
Yes.
So Ms. Dalby is no longer working with us?
She's finished her work with us, and at this point, I'm just asking to pay someone for the work that they did for us.
Up to June 30th?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And we're
Councilman
transitioning, I've had a conversation with the city attorney's office. We're actually transitioning within a couple weeks. We will be bringing forward a contract for another provider to facilitate additional services related to personnel and HR functions with a firm that I think we both have confidence in can handle we certainly have in-house attorneys, but we do use special counsel for some of those things. So you will be seeing that in a few weeks as we transition her out.
Councilman Shred?
Well, it was earlier mentioned that this is over $735,000, and indeed it has been, but I think it needs to be clarified that that's over a very long period of time. That isn't 1 year, that isn't 6 months, that isn't, and I don't want the community to listen and have this implication that we're hiring outside attorneys and we just keep giving them more and more and more and more. She's provided a service through our bankruptcy and through negotiations with our employee groups, and it's expensive to run a city. It just is. And we do need legal support on it, and we need other outside consulting firms. And I think so many times there's comments made here from the dais that it makes it sound as though all we do is nothing and hire consultants and give them more and more and more and more. And that's just not the case at all. And I think the public needs to understand that these contracts are monitored, they are managed. I'm not saying that we haven't made some errors or mistakes or paid too much somewhere along the line. But this is not willy-nilly stuff that we just start hiring people and give them large contracts and allow our city attorney's office to sit back while the outside attorneys do the work, or for any other department. So I think it's important that that be clarified to the public.
Thank you. It does report in the background that the work that the contract that's being extended for Linda Dobby has been since 2012.
Yes.
City Attorney?
I would just like to add, Mayor, the fact that there's been 7 amendments here is I believe that going into the first contract, the city anticipated that there would be additional contracts, that this would be a longer term relationship, and as time went on, we would add additional amendments to allow her to be compensated. So there are times when we go into a contract, we anticipate that the terms are actually going to change, or it's going to be extended, or the amount's going to be either more than we need or less than we need. So that can be anticipated. And when we bring that back to council, I think it's really for purposes of transparency, for everybody involved to know what's going on. But sometimes it's just impossible to know exactly where we're going to end up in this contract. So we do the best we can, and then we make changes accordingly.
Thank you. I believe motion's been made and seconded by Councilmember Shred.
And if I could just, while you're voting, just to clarify, Council, and I appreciate Helen giving me a heads up. Councilmember Mulvihill commented that it was for services through June 30th. She wanted to note, though, that it is through August, so, but its services rendered and no longer, so they are through August, not through June. Yes. And if we made an error, I think Helen has good information, so.
City Clerk?
On items 15, 21, and 22, the motion to approve was
And
made by,
23. It was 15, 22, and 23.
I'm sorry,
No,
22 and
it-
23.
Yeah.
The motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The items pass 7-0.
Thank you, and we'll now take up item number, we'll continue with Councilmember Nichols, and then we'll come back to yours, Benito. Item number 21 is Second Amendment to the Professional Service Agreement with Engineering Resources of Southern California for the 40th Street widening project. Councilmember Nichols?
Well, this one actually was, created quite a bit of discussion at our community meeting, and raised some interesting ideas and points that I thought I'd just get some clarification, because some of what's said in here is actually quite compelling. I'm looking at page 231, paragraph 1, that talks about the fact that city staff has requested that the consultant prepare an alternate pavement design consisting of a grind and overlay using a fabric to mitigate reflective cracking. Use of this alternative could save the city an estimated $500,000 during construction. What is the anticipated total construction cost, estimated construction cost of this? And if so, I would really like to see us perhaps, we've anticipated some repaving costs in the city. Might this alternative give us the opportunity to perhaps expand the opportunity for us to repave perhaps more streets than we
We
anticipated?
think long-term, we are looking at, and then Michael will address the very specifics about this project, but, one of the things we are encouraging all the staff members to do is to look for alternatives that are being successfully used in other areas. This is one that we're going to look at with several others, and we are hoping that, by using better technologies, more modern practices, that we might be able to reduce our overall costs and hopefully get more done in the community.
What percentage savings does this amount to, potentially?
It's approaching 25% savings,
Really?
actually, but if
Wow.
I can explain it a little bit more, there is two alternatives. One is to completely remove and replace all of the pavement for the full reach of the project, or to just grind down the surface of the existing pavement, place this fabric material on top in a layer, and then pave over that fabric. Now, there's sort of a trade-off there. If you're saving $500,000, but on the other hand, you're not going to get quite as much life out of the pavement as if you completely removed and replaced it. And that's kind of trying to balance it out, because
What is the percentage in terms of the overall lifespan of this particular type of improvement versus what was originally being
I believe you'll
considered?
get 12 to 15 years out of the pavement with the fabric type of treatment versus remove and replace completely. You should get between 15 and 20 years.
And the reason, what?
It's almost a direct correlation, Okay.
And we're not suggesting that we use this everywhere, but we think that there may be some key areas where it would allow us to accelerate work. And we recognize, we have a lot of work to do, but if we can buy some time on some of these, then it gives us an opportunity to come back and be much more strategic as we then continue with regular routine maintenance programs.
One final question. This will widen 40th Street between Electric and Johnson, right? There's a property at the corner of Electric and 40th that has been sort of a consistent challenge for us. It's been a dispensary location for quite some time, and numerous tenants have used it for that purpose. Does this widening project anticipate taking that property, or what's going to happen? I know it's very close to the street.
Well, we will take a portion of the property, and it may be necessary to take the entire parcel, depending on the damage that occurs as a result of the take. I think from my own memory of it that it probably is going to take out all the parking there, so it's very likely we'll have to take the entire parcel.
They line up pretty early and throughout the day there, so
Yes.
I would not be opposed to seeing that dealt with. So,
And again, we will need to do the engineering analysis, and then we would come back to you with how much of that property do we actually need based on the design of the roadway. And so again, we have a lot of work to do to determine whether that is, and then certainly cooperation with the city attorney's office to know exactly what we would recommend in that case. But we'll have to look at what the effect of that property that we need for our public purposes, our roadway purposes, what effect then would that have on the property, make some recommendations to the council at a subsequent meeting.
okay, move to approve. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion.
Mayor, I have a comment.
Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Councilman Nickel brings up a very good point regarding some of the alternative technologies. This might be an opportunity for the council to consider tasking the city manager with just researching, finding other opportunities, either through funding or newer technologies, maybe absorbent type of pavements and certain applications. In my conversation with asphalt pavement contractors, there's quite a number of newer, updated technologies that will save us a significant amount of money, which the byproduct or the effect is that we can really reallocate or have a heightened sense of designating some of our residential streets. Now, I know that in the past, our CIP, which we'll hear about it in just a few moments, I guess, later on in tonight's workshop, or tonight's council meeting, we're going to hear a little bit about capital improvement programs. Our focus has been arterial and collector roads, more of the main streets, but a lot of the residential streets pavement goes almost ignored. We do some good work. We do patchwork here and cold patch here, but as soon as the rain comes, obviously the pothole's back. So this, I think, Councilman Nickel, that you're right on the right track. This would be really good for us to maybe task our city manager. If there's no objections, I'd like to also include that so that maybe, Andrea, maybe you could just come back with some newer technologies and some other presentation in subsequent meetings and really find new approaches and also funding sources for residential street repavement. I know, Basine, you've talked to me numerous times on residential streets. I'm sure other council members would agree that we shouldn't really ignore our residential streets. So, what say you, Ms. City Manager?
Excuse me, I don't think that we can add to this particular item, an additional request to task the city manager at this time. If you want to bring that back and you want to agendize something in the future, but I don't think at this particular time with this particular agenda item.
But I also think that is really the direction that we're headed. So, we are looking for these things that we can do because our goal would be to save as much money as we possibly can, recognizing that we can then invest that in additional streets. And then at that point it would be a policy decision for the council. How do you want to use that? So I think I understand the flavor of the conversation enough that I can, keep that in my thinking cap. It gives me enough to go back and, again, continue to explore ways that we can do this and try to identify some potential additional funding sources that we have and try to find more creative ways to do that. Certainly the city staff wants to, we understand I've had tours with some of you. I've spent a lot of time out looking at the streets and roadways. City staff does absolutely understand we have a significant problem with the maintenance of our streets and the maintenance of our street lights. So again, I think I have enough understanding of what your desire is that we will continue to find those technologies, and I'll continue to try to identify other potential funding sources so we can accelerate some of these projects, and then maybe at a later date get council direction once we identify some of those funding sources. What would be your priorities for use of that money?
All right, thank you. Thank you for the comment. Councilman Valdivia.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Did we have a motion and a second?
Yes, we do.
Please call for the vote.
On item 21, the motion.
Uh-oh.
On item 21, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item 19A. This is a listing of agreement with Keller Williams Realty for the listing for sale of certain real property assets. This is pulled by Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of questions about this. And my first question is, who was advising us, the city, on the selection of who we're going to appoint?
I will start, and then Steve Duquette can assist with some of the details. This is, as the council will recall, a discussion that kind of stems from our redevelopment activities and our role as the successor agency. When the state dissolved redevelopment several years ago now, we were required to walk through or provide an inventory of all the properties that we have available, or properties that were purchased either for economic development purposes or for housing purposes. And so the city went through that process per the state law. We identified some properties that we felt still had economic development value, and we wanted to retain those for economic development purposes. One of those we talked about a few minutes ago, the Carousel Mall, and there's several others. We also are recommending that we retain several housing properties because we think there's an opportunity to change the complexion of the neighborhoods by investing in housing in those areas. There are properties, however, that we really don't have the present ability to utilize, and the state requires that with those properties that we sell those, that we put those on the open market and sell them. The council reviewed a property disposition plan several months ago and approved a plan wherein we would solicit brokers from outside the community or from within the community. We recognized that they needed to have a particular level of expertise in this region because our goal certainly was to dispose of them in a very proper manner. And so we did that process. Steve can talk about the number of people that actually submitted proposals. And then we had an internal group. I did advise that group and sit on that in assisting the companies that we're bringing forward this evening.
Anybody a part of that group, were they in real estate?
Certainly our economic development staff, Steve does have a real estate background. So yes, we did have people that have done both economic development work as well as housing work and had an understanding of the real estate process.
Okay. My second question is, who were the five that submitted proposals?
The five firms that submitted the proposals that we reviewed were Keller Williams, the company we're recommending, AB Commercial, Sweet Dreams Real Estate, Daum Real Estate, that's D-A-U-M, and King Real Estate.
Okay.
It was reviewed by a committee of both staff and members of Urban Futures that have done this for other purposes in the past.
Yeah, I've heard Keller Williams. I know they're a big firm, and they're big because they get a lot of work done. No problem with their credibility. Question, why 10%?
There's two reasons for that. Number one, this was, as your city manager has mentioned, this particular process was authorized by your council as a function of approving the property disposition strategy. The original one was approved in March. We issued the RFP in effect to real estate brokers. It was open to anyone that would want to do this, and we had roughly around 40 or so direct mails, and it was put on the website as well. So we tried to be as far-reaching as possible. So there was a bidding process, and as a part of that bidding process, we asked each of the firms to commit to what their percentage of a fee would be. In this case, these properties are either in fact vacant or they're properties that will be vacant in terms of an ultimate buyer reusing them. And that's typically the starting point with respect to a fee. So there's a bidding process for the fee. Number two, hopefully you've had a chance to look at the agenda packet for this and notice what their contract looks like. The beginning part of the contract appears to be a standard real estate listing agreement. In fact, it's based on that. However, there have been some amendments to it to meet our particular needs. In addition, there's an exhibit to it with a couple of pages worth of additional things that are required. These additional services were specified in the RFP. So this is a little bit different than a standard listing agreement you might enter into if you were selling your home, for example. So we require more services of them. In addition, one of the things that we asked all the firms that submitted proposals to respond to is what their courtesy to brokers would be. And frankly, it wasn't an even process. And the reason why that was important to us is that we anticipate not only the ones that submitted proposals bringing buyers, but others that would bring buyers to the table for potentially acquiring some of these properties. And what would be their incentive? The incentive to be involved is to have a piece of the commission. And with respect to Keller Williams, they were really straightforward, plain vanilla, which is whatever the fee is, if the buyer is brought in by another brokerage house, they get half of that fee. So there's a double incentive. Now, we did notice with respect to the response that we got from the companies that were interviewed, only 3 were interviewed, by the way, 2 responded to an RFP that we didn't issue.
So to
And
clarify,
I'm being very kind.
So
But
just
the
to
3
clarify, that 10% we split in half for
was split in half.
broker and agent. Got it.
So we asked them if they weren't selected and would they still be interested in bringing buyers. In one case, there's one of the 3 that said, yes, we will definitely do it. The other would try to do it. But we expect that to be a pretty broad level of interest, and especially with the team that we're getting with Keller Williams. We've gotten 4 professionals led by Dennis Craig, who's here tonight. So if you have any questions of him, he can answer them. And he's got a real strong team of individuals working with him that are basically, from our view, electric. They're on fire. We hope to be able to complete the sale during this fiscal year. And they're committed to do that. And I told them wouldn't hold them to this, but they certainly hope to be able to finish bringing them into us for approval. And by the way, every single transaction comes to you first. So this is, nothing is done separate from the council authorizing it. And you see the full background on the transaction proposed. And they're hopeful of doing that by the end of the first quarter of calendar year 2018. We'd like to finish this up at least through the contract phase by before the end of June 2018, because if there are any holdovers, those holdovers will have to go to the county-wide oversight board. No, they won't bite. They'll be fine. Other than, as you might expect, the county process is less conducive to special meetings. There'll be regular meetings, lots of lead time. It will take, we expect these will average about 60 days, not because of your internal process in the city. It's because of going through the Department of Finance. I mean, they've always been our nemesis. But when you add another layer of process, we're looking at 90 to 120 days. And I understand why the county wants to do that if they have to. So we'd like to get this out of the way completely, and that was part of the strategy that we brought to you in March, and an amendment occurred in August that you approved to change the list of properties that would actually be listed with a broker. So we're excited about this opportunity. We have absolute confidence that this team that they're bringing forward can get this job done for you and get it done quickly. I was pleased to see that Mr. Craig knew about half the people walking down the hallway before this meeting, which it tells me the connections in terms of what's happening in this town with him in particular are very strong. So we highly recommend that this go forward. You'll notice there's 2 agreements, one with the city, one with the successor agency, because of how the title is held. That's another complicated matter, and I explained at some other meeting why that's so, but it is what it is. And so we had to bring them forward in 2 contracts, but it's really one function.
Where is their office located?
They're located in Redlands.
Okay. I know that it was initially 18 that were on the list. 2 were removed. Why were they removed?
They were removed because of a need to take a different approach. In one case, the council approved a sale directly to a developer who was going to build an industrial park. So there was one empty lot that, because of the opportunity to achieve an industrial park, that one was taken out of sequence.
Okay.
The other one was recommended for being taken out of sequence. It's a 93-acre site near, just adjacent to the north side of the 215 freeway, near Cal State San Bernardino. We had independently received, at the time we brought this forward, 7, I believe we have 8 now, independent inquiries from credible developers that want to buy the property and develop it. They have somewhat similar plans, but in some cases a little bit different. And as a result of that, we felt that property in particular deserved a separate RFP, which we're working on now, so that we can bring forward a developer, and probably more like a disposition and development agreement, meaning you would sell the land subject to conditions that predominantly relate to what is going to be built. So that's what is anticipated with respect to that site, and that's why it was removed.
Okay, so the reason I asked like who was advising us on this, because the standard rate is 6%. That's standard. I could go find a broker to replace Keller Williams that has the same quality, and they'll do the same exact things. I'm not understanding why we're doing that at 10%. We're giving up 4%, and we were talking about selling off in the mall, which may be millions. Just multiply that 4%.
Now remember, the mall is not being sold through this
Well,
process.
properties of that value.
But
Let's take it as let's use an example of $100,000.
Well, there's a simple answer. You are right with respect to selling developed property. That's typically the starting point. However, for vacant property, the starting point is 10%. And as I mentioned, this was a bidding process between entities. In light of the additional requirements we're placing on them with respect to handling these matters. Now, Dennis Craig could certainly answer that question better than I can with respect to his firm's response to what we required of them, but we feel that that's appropriate given the process and especially what we're going to get from them.
So it's going to be 10% on all the properties, residents or non-developed properties, or developed and
Only
undeveloped?
for the ones that are listed. There's
and they're
16 sites
undeveloped
listed.
properties.
So the 16 properties are all undeveloped.
Well, no, there are two that are developed with structures that are decrepit.
Yes.
That's why we believe they are tantamount to being vacant.
So they'll pretty much be torn down and
They
Yes.
look like tear downs, yes.
And I think the other thing, we're sensitive to, if you sell something on the open market, you don't have requirements with respect to the type of buyer that we're looking for. We certainly don't want to put our property back on the market and have it, which is what has happened, be held for nothing or worse. And
Right.
so we are looking for them to do a lot of work that is really beyond what you would normally have someone do to make sure it's the type of user or purchaser that we want to see in this community.
Okay. So 10% is the standard for
For that
undeveloped.
that
And
type.
6% is for.
Right, and granted, that's a starting point,
Yes.
but again, there was a bidding process, and they submitted that price and their plain vanilla commission sharing program in light of the requirements we placed on them, and there were several pages of them in the RFP itself, and that's why I draw your attention to that exhibit to the contract, which lists all the things that we need from them, which are beyond the normal transaction that a broker would do. If you, for example, sell your home and you do a 1%, you know all they're doing is advertising it on a website. They're actually not working it for you.
Right.
They're hoping it comes to pass. In this case, we want them to work it. And we feel confident they will scramble and they'll get this done.
I have no doubt in their ability
I-
and being able to get the job done. I'm actually glad, but I just needed to question that why the 10%, and the answer is it's undeveloped property, and because there was concerns out there that I didn't know if it was undeveloped or developed.
And we don't want to get into a situation where it's sold and it's developed into something that is then a future issue for us. It needs to be a quality end user.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, and along those lines, I have received requests from various residents of the city that have expressed in some cases an interest in potentially buying and maybe, helping develop some of these sites, which would be a great thing. Wouldn't it be nice to have actual people that are vested in the city actually investing in the city? I mean, that would be wonderful. But to your point on some of the requirements that will be placed on these buyers, maybe could you give us some examples of what a potential buyer would potentially be obligated to do with this property rather than just buy it and hold it and hope the market goes up? Or
I mean,
What are they obligated to do?
I mean, it's kind of site specific, and we have some residential, we have some commercial.
Yeah, without getting into too much detail, but maybe just kind of cursory,
We
what
wanna-
kind of requirements are going to be placed on the buyers?
You know, we're looking for people that have the financial wherewithal to develop it in a manner that's consistent with what your specific plans are and the general plan that's been adopted by this council. We're looking for people that have a history of having, if they are a landowner with multiple properties, do they have a history of maintaining properties in compliance with city codes and investing in communities that they're in? What are some of the other things, Steve? You know, we're looking for people that really have some potential link with San Bernardino and kind of see the vision for what we see for some of these areas.
Yes, definitely all that. And it's divided in two areas. There are two particular sites, by the way, that we identified as special condition sites. These are sites that have, if used correctly, can have a transformative effect on the neighborhood they're in. As identified in the RFP, and as if you look at the spreadsheet that's in the contract that shows the sites to be listed, they're both on Mount Vernon. And they have the possibility of changing the nature of the neighborhood in terms of commercial businesses operating there. And we anticipate in that case that if necessary for a potential buyer, to provide the buyer some time to pursue obtaining letters of interest commitment from end users. We'd like to know who the end users are in that particular case. Now, in an infill situation in the middle of a block, for example, if it's residential, it's going to be residential. And one of the things that they have to do is to vet the buyer, because there is a prohibition that a buyer can condition buying on financing, for example. Not that they couldn't have financing, it's just that they can't say it's a condition of close. So they may have a loan already, that's fine. But we're predominantly looking for cash buyers that will pay us the highest price. We're obligated under state law to get the highest possible price, but also take into consideration neighborhood concerns as well. So yes, it's going to be an interactive process. We need to know who the buyers are. By the way, I anticipate if we don't adequately describe who the buyers are and what they're going to do in the staff report, one of you are going to ask that question. And now we will deliver that information, but maybe not to a degree you might want, but we'll have them right here and they'll be able to answer that question. That's important to know. And then for the properties that aren't included within this listing, there are others for which we'll be doing RFPs. The bulk of the sites, although not in size, but the bulk of the sites that came through redevelopment were actually transferred for housing purposes, and those will all be used for housing purposes, infill, single-family, affordable housing going forward through the normal housing program, separate from your wind-down, folks. Those have already been transferred to the management of the housing division. So it's those sorts of things that we're going to be doing with this broker. That's seriously beyond the call of what a typical broker would do, just put a sign and maybe do an open house. It's not like this.
Yeah,
They got to beat the bushes.
And just the bottom line, the concerns that were expressed to me, a lot of people were concerned that this, they were sort of perceiving this as potentially a fire sale. And,
Right.
and
No
that,
fire
you
sale.
know, that
Well-
we end up with just as much problem at the end of this process, which is not the case.
No,
It's
and
not
I-
the case, and
So-
actually, to the contrary, what we've attempted to do is to recognize we have to comply with state law, so we could only keep the ones that we had kind of an immediate, or at least a immediate in development terms, but some plan for the reuse of that property and could, engage in the redevelopment process. What we've attempted to do, though, is to craft a solution that meets the state law, so that we are selling them as we've been ordered to do, but maintain a sufficient level of control so that ultimately what our desires are for the property are achieved.
All right, I'll move to approve if nobody's moved it yet.
Second.
Council,
Mayor, I have a comment.
all right, Councilman Shred?
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. I think Mr. Nickel, Councilmember Nickel, somewhat implied, I don't think you meant to, so if you didn't correct me, or if you did correct me, that there's people that would be interested in buying this and sort of sitting on it and waiting for the market to go up. And that is not something we want at all. Is that fair to characterize that as we want people that are ready to move and get this property developed? We're not interested in selling vacant land for people to sit on and try to make a capital gain. Is correct?
We're trying to change, I mean, you saw during the presentation.
I mean, and we can, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we can hold these people to that accountability, right? I mean, that will be part of the vetting process, that you're going to do something with this right away. And in order for you to even qualify, we want to see something real in the
Yes.
works.
There will be evidence of what they intend to do.
Okay.
And then with respect to the special condition sites, what you're going to see is an agreement somewhat akin to a disposition and development agreement. It will have conditions of closing. In those two cases, that they actually will not be able to gain title unless they perform, because they are too important to the future of that particular area.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor.
Valdivia?
Oh,
Oh,
John,
excuse
go
me.
ahead with John first.
Councilmember Valdivia, you were next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to send my deep appreciation. I think this is a log jam that we've all kind of been deliberating for several months and almost years regarding the future of these EDA properties. So I commend staff for your hard work, and Andrea, thank you very much for getting this together and arranging it. And I too want to echo what Councilman Charette Nichols have said, that we really need to make advance opportunities here on this real estate for these prospective buyers that would either build. I think there's a few vacant lots and whatnot, but if it's a residential lot or commercially zoned, we get the appropriate and robust type of either homeowner that's a tax contributor or certainly a commercial. So I'm supportive of this, and I'll second the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
It's already been seconded, but thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve, you spoke about special condition sites, and I know which ones you're talking about. They're on the west side. The first one is located on Spruce and Mount Vernon. It's just a gem waiting to be developed. And the second site is mine in Mount Vernon, but it has to be the right person. It has to be the right person. People on the west side have a disposable income. We have money, so we're just ready for the right time, and I think this is the right time.
Well, I want to say that my neighborhood revitalization juices started to flow when I became intimately familiar with these locations. And so I know what can be done. I've done those in my career before. I know what can happen. It's worth taking a stab at it. It doesn't hurt to ask at all.
I
And that's
agree.
what we're doing. And I think that's the right thing to do here.
Yes.
And so that's why we've recommended it in this fashion.
Yes, no, and I read it and reread it, and I got it. So thank you for, providing some additional information. So I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. No further questions? Call for a voice vote.
On item 19, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we will move to item number 25. This is Thank you. Item number 26. This
Mayor-
is establishing the San Bernardino Arts Fest for 2018 as a city-sponsored event. Adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino to establish San Bernardino Arts Fest 2018 as a city-sponsored event. City manager?
Mayor, members of the council, we've talked over the last several weeks about the idea that we want to bring events that we're doing before you and get your feedback early in the process so we can tailor that event to meet what your expectations are. It is important that we work to build community. You've seen a whole series of presentations this evening about things that we're doing to improve the quality of life, to build a sense of community through the presentation about the holiday festivals and things that we're proposing. But it's important we also recognize that we have limited resources. And the reality is we have streets that need to be paved, and I'm cognizant of what you've continued to remind us of. You'd like to see our streets improve, the quality of our properties improved, including the quality of the properties that the city owns. Because we do, in addition to all the properties you've talked about disposing of this evening, we still do have a lot of property in the city that we own, and we need to demonstrate to our community that we're going to maintain it appropriately, that's especially critical as we go out and encourage them to maintain their properties. So what I committed to you is that we would bring events like this before you, have a chance to provide some input into that. We don't have a lot of opportunity to do a lot of events each year, and so I think it makes it even more critical that you have a chance to review these, provide some input as we're in the planning stages. With respect to this one, this is a program that is budgeted, so funding is included in the city's adopted budget. So you already took action to provide the funding for this. In the past, we have suggested that you use the cultural development construction fee. As the council is aware, you did adopt a fee many, many years ago. In 1986, I think I was in high school, so that was a long, long time ago, maybe a year out. But you do have a cultural development construction fee. It is a general fund fee, so that is money that could and is returned to our general fund. We do hold that separate. In the past, there's been some use of that funding for some of the support from our community groups. The council will be having a discussion about that in the coming weeks as you talk about the role of our commissions and committees. But I did want to assure you that funding is included in the adopted budget. That is money, though, that you do have available to you for any purpose. And so we will be coming back. There is a fund balance there of a couple $1 million. We collect about $400,000 to $500,000 a year of those fees. And so again, we'll want to make you aware of that. However, with respect to that, you do have funding allocated for this project in your fiscal year budget. Mark is here. He's been responsible for this event the last couple of years. I know there's been some changes to that program. I wanted to give him an opportunity to walk through that program as they propose it for this year. And then again, much like the earlier presentation, give you an opportunity to provide some feedback.
Thank you, City Manager. Yes, this, and I will start out by saying it's great that we've got community members here, because one of the goals that started out 3 years ago was to really build community as we do community events. So as has been noted, this will be the third year for the event. The first year it was just focused on the schools. We partnered with Cal State San Bernardino, San Bernardino Valley College, and the City School District. And the event was held at City Hall and in the two consulates, the Guatemalan consulate and the Mexican consulate. The second year, we grew the scope and we grew it to a two-day event. The event included community partners, and we had about 105 total performers. That is between visual arts, dance, and musical groups. Really, the event has grown each year. This is the third year, and it's also its third location. We think we've found a good location for the event many years going into the future. It's proposed to be at 66er Stadium. We're kind of limited, because we're at the stadium, limited in when we can do the event. We were hoping that this would be a May event. The team is usually home 2 weekends a year and on the road, 2 weekends a month and on the road 2 weekends a month. So typically there would be 2 weekends available in May. This year they're home 3 weekends, and the only free weekend was May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, and we know Parks and Recreation does a big Cinco de Mayo event. So we, in April, I should note, is not available, because when the team is on the road, those 2 weekends that are open are available for local high schools, and that the high schools use that as a fundraising event for the baseball teams. So that's why this event is going to be in March. We didn't want to move it into June or July, because then we're talking about weather issues. But yes, as the city manager said, this is an event that is part of the budget. Each year the event grows. It's great that we've built the partnership that we have, and that partnership grows every year. There is a steering committee that meets once a month, and it's really up to the steering committee to make the decisions. Decisions are made collectively by the group. You know, I don't want to be associated with the event as it's a community development event, because it's a city event. You know, we're good at planning and organizing. That's what we do. And I think that's why we kind of became community development. It became the department that is helping get the steering committee together, but it's really a committee consensus effort at every single decision point. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Nichol.
Now, I appreciate the public comments this evening because I couldn't agree more that there is ample evidence that the arts help stimulate community redevelopment. And I've stated that in prior years when we've brought this item forward for consideration. I've seen it in other parts of the country. I've seen how the arts can reinvigorate a community, and through very thoughtful arts districts and distressed communities, communities can come back, and in a major way, and in a very innovative and enlightening and desirable way. And so I applaud the efforts of the steering committee's work to do this. I do have some concern, however, that doing this at a baseball stadium sort of runs against the grain of sort of best practice that I've learned. Just this last April, I was in Washington, D.C., and got to meet the head, one of the directors of one of the major National Endowment for the Arts programs, the Our Town grant. And the very idea of this grant is to use the arts to stimulate redevelopment in distressed communities. And the idea is to get the arts into these communities where there is distress. And I'll continue to say this, but I really see this funding source that we have as seed money. I don't see this as money that we spend, but money we use to leverage additional money. And in my conversations with this gentleman from the NEA, I asked him, have we ever approached? He says he was not aware, and he strongly urged us to apply. And so I monitored this year the Our Town grant, and to my disappointment, we didn't even bother to apply. And to me, our community is really a prime example of the type of community that the National Endowment for the Arts really wants to support. And they've asked us, they said, apply, please apply. You know, we've been in the headlines. People know who we are. They know what San Bernardino is. They know where we are. They know what we've been through. And it really is, to some degree, a disappointment that every year we come back and use this funding source, this very valuable funding source that we have, and we just divvy it up, and we don't leverage it. I would really like to hear from the steering committee your ideas. I would really like to see, now that we have a consultant that we've brought on board specifically to assist the city with these types of opportunities to leverage funding from some of these outside sources. Let's use this money, because I completely agree with the spirit and intent of this recommendation, which is to really use the arts to kickstart an exciting new era of investment and notoriety for our downtown. And so I would just encourage the committee, please keep up the good work. This isn't intended to discourage you. I am committed to allocating a portion of that funding continually to the arts, because I've seen what the arts can do. But I think we need to be very thoughtful and very strategic in terms of how we use this funding to really leverage and multiply that funding using some of these grant opportunities that are really available to us, that would be more than, in some cases, they're just waiting for us. They're saying, please apply, give us your ideas, show us how creative you're going to be, show us how you're going to use this in a way that's going to transform your community, which I believe the arts can. So I haven't made up my mind quite yet on this recommendation. I do have some concerns about the location. I would like to hear from the committee why you chose the stadium as opposed to our downtown. I think what Riverside has done with its Arts Night is phenomenal. I mean, the fact that they get people downtown, thousands of people downtown, going to their restaurants, visiting these upstairs galleries and artist lofts. I mean, That's what I'd like to see. But to have it at a baseball stadium, you know, surrounded by walls that, you know, people don't get to drive by and say, what is that? You know, I remember leaving work when I lived in Riverside on these arts nights, and the sidewalks were just lined with paintings and sculptures, and people were out. And to me, that's what these programs need to do, is bring life, vitality back to a downtown like ours. So maybe I can get some feedback. Maybe I'm on the wrong track. Maybe I haven't read this quite the right way, but I would like to get your thoughts on why the stadium and not continuing to do this downtown and doing it in a way that allows us to really leverage these dollars to the maximum benefit.
Thank you.
If you'd like, Councilman,
I'd like
I can-
to,
I think let them finish their comments and then, yeah.
the first art night was very successful. It was a one-night event, I believe, and it was a great location, very well received. The second one was covered over a 2-day. Seems like it was a little warmer. Location didn't be quite as conducive to the foot traffic. And I think that the location is really a pretty major component to make sure that it has that sustainability long term. Moving it out of the downtown, I think, could have a disruptive effect for those who have gotten used to it being in the downtown. And I think if we find a location that might be a little more conducive to that ongoing downtown effort to take advantage of the public space that we're trying to create, would probably serve the art night better than the ball field. The ball field, if that's the only place that we have, that might be, but it would seem to me that there might be some other alternatives. It is a sporting event location, and art night certainly has a different feel for it. Our downtown really is known for a lot of arts. The symphony draws people throughout the region. It's one of the longest serving symphonies in Southern California. And it would seem to me that there might be another location that could better serve the purpose. The discussion talks about generate interest in economic development in the downtown. And so pushing it to the stadium would seem to be a little bit contradictory to its own goal. So, Councilmember Mulvihill?
Talk about the same topic of being in the downtown and not. I did have some questions. I don't think people realize that the convention center is unusable. That it's just simply, it's not. Again, one person say, "What about the convention center?" And it is just so people realize that it has been leaking the roof, and I'm not quite sure. That's not on our this year capital improvements plan, is it?
The roofing repairs, but not, I mean, that would not make it habitable for
exactly.
an
No,
event.
there's mold and so
That's
forth.
right. Well, we've removed the mold, but we are really talking about just dealing with making sure water doesn't leak into it this year.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
not a place to have an event.
But in the long run, that you need a nexus for this, and the convention center has breakout rooms and so forth, as well as having a concourse upstairs for outdoor displays and so forth. And the first time it was done was very successful, and it was done around the convention center. So hopefully someday that will take place, and I think it'd be a rightful location. And also just want to mention too about the role of the arts. Now, San Bernardino, Rivers, and Redlands are not comparable to one another, but I can't help but mention, I've been to Redlands to some of their plays and so forth, and you really get the feeling that arts there bring the community together. And of course, is that the chicken or the egg? Because you got Redlands, you got the arts, and does arts contribute? I think definitely. In Redlands, you can see how the arts contribute to bringing the community together. And again, not comparable jurisdictions, but I think it's an easy comparison to make. Thank you.
Councilmember Charette?
Well, I'm going to support this item, slightly reluctantly. I'm supporting it because the budgeting is there. And there's been a lot of work done up to this point to have this event, but I agree just almost 100%, maybe even exactly 100% of what's been said here. Again, I'm not going to repeat it. The second year, just with all due respect, was not a success at all. The first year was a huge success. And moving this to a closed setting, I would ask, Henry asked the question, why the stadium? And I guess we're going to get that answer. Does it have anything to do with parking, what have you? But Jim Mock comments and Henry Mark commented about Redlands and Riverside, and Andrea has recently said that this city can be a world-class city, and I don't think we're going to do it the way we're going about it in some of these things. And I appreciate the idea that we can maybe in advance, we have commissions that we appoint to deal with some of these issues on our behalf, and we are able to attend those kinds of meetings and what have you. But I think it'd be better to have an open discussion in advance for some of these issues, and I think that's where you're going. You and I had this conversation, and even a calendar of what we're planning for the next year. So let's say there's 20 items that come up that are things we've done in the past that we'd like to do. We might want to cross off 10 of them and say, let's not spread ourselves so thin on 20 and do a really great job on 10. One example. You also mentioned, I kind of picked up on the idea of, is these types of events, are these community development or are they parks and rec? And I think that's a fair discussion to have about whether or not community development, I agree that we're trying to develop community, and we can define those words specifically. But these are events that, why not an art night in the park or something? Or why not, as you say, economic development in the downtown? So again, I'm going to support this item in that there's been a lot of work done on it. It's planned. I do have a question about the $5,600 that we have to pay the stadium to rent that place. That's $5,600 out of the 20 grand.
We do own that property, and so that is one of the items that we will, if the council is agreeable to having this and it ultimately ends up at the stadium, I am going to inquire about that because we do own the stadium.
Yeah, and I think that's, we operate around their schedule.
Yeah.
It's vacant, we own it, and we got to pay $5,600 to rent it for one night. I can't see that. So I'm not going to make that a caveat to my approval, but we just need being more inclusive about how we go forward in our community with these programs and with these very good, believe me, whatever anyone's taken away from this, I support the arts and I'd like to see it improved. I think frankly, and I'm not going to comment on some things that we've done in the past in this community that I think were just absolutely atrocious from my personal perspective. And I'm no connoisseur of art, but I think I know what looks good and what doesn't look good. And so I'd like to take the opportunity to build on this and move forward. So I hope I've made my point here.
Councilmember, go ahead.
And remember, part of the theme over the last several meetings has been, my goal would be to get these kinds of things to you as part of the budget process. So you have a chance to make decisions about how you want to allocate the very limited resources that we have. And then as we start beginning the planning process for all these, bring these forward to you so you have an opportunity to provide input to staff as to what your perceptions are, what works, what doesn't. So, that's in keeping with what we've committed we're going to do moving forward.
Councilmember Richard.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I had two questions and they were both answered. My first question was why at the stadium? And I know that I am a very fond person of the arts, being a band geek and you know, and going through ballet and tap lessons at the center down here, the Garcia Center. So I'm a very, very fond of the arts, but that was a question to me, is why are we taking it from downtown? If we have Route 66 downtown and it deemed to be successful, why is this not going to be successful in the same area? And the other question is why were we paying to use our own building? You know, that was one that was that stood out to me. So those two questions have been answered, and I'm happy. I definitely support the arts, but those were my two questions. And I'm sure you're going to answer the whys and the how comes. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm biased because I represent the downtown area. I too attended both the first and the second years, and they were incredibly successful, especially the first one. People were like, God, we need more of this in our community. It just seems that the venue at the stadium is not conducive to this type of environment. I support this wholeheartedly, but I would like to see it in the downtown area. I think we'll get better attendance, as has been stated. Route 66 has been hosted there. The Guatemalan Consulate, they host several events throughout the year. They're very well attended. It's just the perfect hub to meet, and I think that we need to stay in the downtown area. But I do support the item, and I want to thank all of those from the Fine Arts Commission and the community who have spoken. And yes, arts are very vital in our community, and we're on our way to being a world-class city. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrios? Yes, Councilmember Barrios and Councilmember Valdivia.
I just want to say, Mark, you're doing a great job, and I think you got the message tonight. And Fine Arts Committee, keep doing your job. You guys are doing a fantastic job. That's all I wanted to say, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, sir. I want to go ahead and move for approval on this.
I'll second.
The location matters. The location matters, and some of the questions, I think they're important. I think the funding component is extremely a component. So with no caveats, I'd like to move for approval on it and let staff and the Fine Arts Commission and those involved figure out best use, best location, and time and place. And certainly, if Andrea, you could provide some information on the $5,600 charge. I was a little hesitant on that charge myself, but I'll support this tonight, and we appreciate arts in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, do you want to address those?
Certainly.
I call for the question.
Well,
Save Mark.
setting aside the location for a moment, the $5,500 is actually not a rental charge. We do need to hire some of their staff for certain portions of the stadium. So the steering committee will be volunteering. We have a whole team of volunteers. There's also city staff that contribute time, but there are some parts of the stadium that only stadium staff can run. And this is a maximum amount. This also covers any potential damages. So it is possible, probably most likely, that we're not even going to use this full $5,500. That is a maximum amount. So we will basically be billed for any staff time, that is stadium staff time, and then any damages. So I want to make it clear that it is not a facilities charge because, yes, as the city manager says, we own the facility.
And we will work with them to the extent we can, because I think there's probably no parts of the facility we own that we can't be on. So we'll try to maximize the use of volunteers and city staff to try to keep those costs at a minimum.
Councilman Nickel?
Now, just quickly, why was the stadium chosen? I'm sure there was some compelling reasons why.
If I can, Councilmember. Sure. We were looking for a place, because a lot of this artwork is valuable. We were looking for a place that had a little bit more security. You are correct. Where there are cities that have galleries, they are called art walks because you walk from gallery to gallery to gallery. We don't yet have that infrastructure in San Bernardino. I'm very confident that we'll have that 5-8 years from now. And we can do an art walk in the downtown when there are galleries to walk between. Until that time, we have to come up with a location that the artists are willing to bring out their artworks to show. Where there is some security. I know there's been a lot of discussion about downtown. I've been very focused on the downtown in the time I've been here, and we didn't want to move it out of the downtown. Ideally, it could go back in the mall, but obviously now that the mall is closed, that doesn't work. So we were looking for more of a somewhat secure location, very specifically and very intentionally. As the event grows and as it gets bigger, there are more costs with that. We have to hire more security. But then, yes, we could do this on the city streets. We could do this on Court Street, and we could do this on D Street at some point in the future. So that's really why the stadium was chosen. We went through a couple of different venues. Valley College offered their campus as a location. We decided against that. So yeah, the committee has been, it's a very large committee. It's a great cross-section of the community. And as several of you have noted, there's been a lot of time and attention that's gone into this. So we think, speaking on behalf of the steering committee, I think for the next couple of years, the stadium probably is a logical location. But yes, absolutely, we'd like to get it back in the downtown. So hopefully that answers your question.
Any further questions? Not, we'll call for the vote.
Item 26. The motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Mr. Charette. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Thank you. We will now move to item number 30, and this public hearing is now open. This is an amendment to the San Bernardino Municipal Code, Section 18.18, accumulation of combustible and non-combustible materials. This is a first reading, and Mark Pasico giving this presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. This is a amendment to San Bernardino Municipal Code 8.18. What this essentially does, the city has weed abatement authority currently. The fire department, when we had a city fire department, operated under this section of the municipal code. Now that we've transitioned fire services to the county fire department, we've got Chief Muncie here. Thank you, Chief. The county council, the city attorney's office and county council worked out some of the jurisdictional issues, and county council really wanted to make it very clear that they could enforce if necessary using the city's municipal code. So while there have been some other procedural matters that we've fixed that we've noticed didn't really meet best practices, the crux of this, the main purpose of this, is to allow either city code enforcement to enforce weed abatement or the county, because the county did do weed abatement for us, particularly up in the foothills, the urban wildlife interface. That's what the city fire department used to do. That's what the county fire department, county has been fantastic. Chief Muncie has been really great. His staff has been really good. The fire prevention staff, Chief Horton as well. So what this essentially does is allow them to, if necessary, issue citations within the city of San Bernardino using our municipal code. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. We have two speakers, Carmel Rowe and Kathy Mallon. Will you please stand and be sworn in? Carmel Rowe.
I touched on this a little earlier, but in reading this item, it appears to me that says the fire chief or his authorized representatives hereinafter called fire chief or the community development director and his authorized representatives hereinafter called shall have the right to enter upon private property to determine whether such a public nuisance exists. You know, the problem I have with that is that when you enter on private property to say that there's a nuisance, what if there's not a nuisance? What if this is just a way to continue to harass businesses in our city and residences in our city? And if we're really concerned about dry brush and weeds and all of those things, then, you know, those city properties that were listed for sale, you might try cleaning them up tomorrow. Because I told the city, oh, I don't know, 6 to 8 months ago, and drive by. They are still in the state of shambles with beds, which cause bed bugs and probably hepatitis because of semen. The trash, okay, and you know, there's people who urinate and poop all around the city and on these vacant pieces of land that the city owns, yet they're not weed abated. So I would like to say that if you are going to be able to just actively enforce people, not once, but twice, okay, that there's some sort of mechanism to check and balance these people who are enforcing. And I'd like to make sure that the people are 100% aware of this check and balance and how that they can have recourse, because the way I read it, and maybe I'm wrong, you know, you're violating my Fifth Amendment rights, because with these code fines, you can, in the end, take somebody's property. So, I'm very outspoken over here, and like I said earlier, I've been chased by code enforcement, and not for marijuana, for trash, that I've taken care of because I report trash here in the city. And so when you tell me that you can just do something and then have two entities do something, I find that a very big problem, not only to me, but to other entities and businesses and property owners and people who are just trying to survive and hang in here in this city. Thank you.
Kathy Mallon.
Good evening. I haven't spoken at a council meeting in quite a while. However, do not assume I've not been paying attention. I am fortunate that I have a good communication with my council member, Henry Nickel. But there comes a time when that is not enough. To adequately convey to this body the full effect of your actions and how those actions impact the taxpayers of this city. It is far past time to place us, the taxpayers, as your number one priority. This action tonight has long-standing implications on what will affect potentially every property owner in the city. As a homeowner, I was recently the unfortunate recipient of a county notice and order to abate regarding a fire hazard on my property. I would like to think that maybe that conversation and that instance opened up this dialogue and made us aware of there's a problem. You've all been given a copy of my notice in order to abate. I hope by sharing my direct interaction with the county, you can begin to understand the ramifications of amending the ordinance being considered today. Short timeline. I received my notice on August 16th, and it's not very short, sorry. On August 17th, I placed a call to the county. The county, the person I spoke to, which I have all the names, we don't share them here, but the county could only repeat what the notice said to me. They could not give me any specifics. They could not give me an officer's name. They could not give me a copy of a report. I requested a callback, and I gave them my phone number. On August 18th, I called the county. I was told it takes 2 to 3 days to get an officer to call me back. On that date, I sent an email to my council person. I tried to be a little patient, so I waited until August 23rd to call again. I was told the officers were busy and they would get back with me that afternoon. I received no call back. On August 24th, another call, and the response I get was, "You need to be patient, ma'am." Now understand, if you see that notice in front of you, that I was given a time limit to get things handled. Now, in full disclosure, I will tell you, I had a dead elm tree, 65-year-old tree, that died due to bark beetle on my property. I was working as a homeowner to take care and remedy that problem. All of the small branches and twigs had been removed. The only thing remaining was large trunks over 6 inches. On September 5th, now I was patient as asked, I still had not received a call. I called the county, and they again still, back in all of this mix, they had the wrong phone number for me. I gave them my correct phone number 4 times. On September 5th, they still had the wrong phone number. In prior conversations, I had been advised that there was no specific officer. This was handled as a team. No physical report or pictures were available. On September 5th, I was finally able to speak with an officer. No call was ever returned to me, ever. All of this was initiated by me, the homeowner. In the conversation with the officer, amazingly, he was able to pull a report and pictures that I was told did not exist. He pulled the report and he says, it appears you have a dead tree in your front yard. I said, yes, I do. It's being taken down tomorrow. I've already had that scheduled and paid for. He said, there's a palm tree on your property that appears to have too much of what they call the skirt. So I asked what the allowable amount of skirt was. He said it was 50%. My tree is approximately 65 foot tall, and there's about 15 feet of skirt on my tree. That by no means equals 50%. The third location was unknown. I also discussed with him the ordinance that is listed on my notification, which is County Ordinance 23.0306. That is noticed as a hazardous tree abatement within a mountain overlay zone. The city of San Bernardino is not in the mountain overlay zone. We are in the valley overlay zone. I did a lot of research, folks, in all those days. The county, I'm told, will be updating the overlay soon to include the city of San Bernardino. But they would get back with me and check on the zone and ordinance. As evidenced by this interaction, you can see how difficult it is for taxpayer to meet their requirements and receive sufficient information. At a minimum, it's confusing. At a maximum, it's impossible. No follow-up with call was ever received regarding the reinspection that was going to be done on my property. And I don't know if what I've done meets the requirement yet. I'm waiting to get the next notice in the mail. This proposed amendment is cause for every property owner in San Bernardino to be aware of its legal ramifications. It adds an additional layer of bureaucratic oversight. We now must comply with 2 agencies, the city and county, that do not handle customer service in a satisfactory manner at all. Section 8.18.010, right of entry, paragraph B, gives county and city authorized representatives rights to enter private property without consent. I can understand our city's desire to clean up our city. Please note my interaction took 20 days and no less than 6 phone calls to get minimal information, and as of today, I still do not know if the action I took met their requirement. I don't have any idea why my property was inspected. I have done what I believe is reasonable to maintain my property. I am by no means a negligent, irresponsible homeowner. As I drive around the city, I see vacant and blighted properties daily. I understand our desire to clean those up. I do. I am a taxpayer and a homeowner in the city. That matters to me. But accountability and doing your job correctly is paramount in interactions with taxpayers. The city does a poor job of maintaining its large inventory of properties. In my email to Councilmember Nickel, I included pictures of the county fire station, on Kindle with dead trees, dead bushes, and blighted property. Before the county starts issuing notices to private property homeowners, I suggest they lead by example and clean up their own firehouses. Before the city embarks on approving this ordinance, I suggest the city lead by example and clean up your properties. If you have a sense that I'm angry, you are correct. No government agency should be granted the right to enter private property unless something is an immediate threat. The dead tree on my property was a 65-year-old elm. I took a torch, and it took me 35 minutes to get an ember to even show up on the hardwood tree. There was by no means a fire threat on my property. But I cleaned it up because I didn't want to go through this hassle and this headache. The Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution protects private property owners from unwarranted intrusion, specifically written to keep government from intruding on private property owner rights. I cannot support the proposed ordinance, and I urge this elected body to fully vet what you are about to pass as an ordinance in this city. If our city attorney was doing his job, he would know that this does not pass the muster. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers' comments? Okay, thank you. Any council member comments? Councilmember Nickel?
Yeah, and my apologies to Ms. Mallon and any other residents that have had to endure excessive bureaucratic nightmares that I completely agree with you. One of the things that I think I give our city manager absolute credit for is this understanding that we must improve customer service. We work for you. You're the boss. As far as I'm concerned, you're the boss. We work for you. And if we aren't doing our job to serve the public that we are elected to represent, then we aren't doing our job, period. I was notified by Kathy early on in this. I've watched this process move forward. I am concerned. I'm concerned as to whether or not we have a mechanism with this relationship that we have now between the city and the county. The fact that we have code enforcement division, we have a police department that obviously is involved in some degree of code enforcement. We now have a county fire department. The degree in which there's interaction, and obviously we have a city attorney's office that is also to some degree involved in potentially seizing or holding property owners liable. And I am all for it. And I think Ms. Mallon made the point that we're all property owners more or less here. We're all vested definitely as residents here. We want to see our community bettered. But that also means that government needs to work effectively. I am troubled by some of the language in this ordinance. I've been out with code enforcement. I've got a neighbor just down the street. I jog every morning and run by his house. And every morning he asks me, he says, you know, I've got neighbors to the right of me and behind me that refuse to clean up their backyards. And every time code enforcement comes out, code enforcement says, well, the only thing we can do is cite whatever we can see. If they don't let us in their backyard, we can't cite them. Okay? So part of me says if our own code enforcement is not capable of dealing with very real code enforcement issues, in this case there's vector issues. He's got rats and possums running over his fence at night. I've seen them. It's disgusting. But consistently code enforcement says, well, we can't go into the backyard if we aren't given permission. And yet I read this language, as Ms. Mallon very eloquently pointed out, that the fire chief or his authorized representative, hereinafter called the fire chief or the community development director, and his authorized representative hereinafter called the director shall have the right to enter upon private property to determine whether such a public nuisance exists. Does our code enforcement division have this authority?
I think what might be helpful is, and I certainly understand that she received the letter, there is an appeal process that's included within that letter, but I think it might be helpful to have Mark talk about this process, the appeal process related to this.
I'm just curious, do our own code enforcement officers have this
And then how that
ability?
relates to code enforcement and what they do and what their authority is. Just so that there's some comparison and level of understanding as to what each of these agencies can and can't do, and why there are differences in the way that they enforce codes. So I think that might be helpful to this discussion
Okay,
as you
just
talk
a real
about
quick question. Does code enforcement have this authority? Yes or no?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Property owners have due process rights. I will start right there. This code does not diminish property owners' rights. Every code enforcement officer, every peace officer, every firefighter knows the 5th and the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. That's drilled into everybody's head basically in about the first 30 days on the job. We do not violate people's property rights. You can read, I think, any section of this out of context and be alarmed. And I think that may be what's happening, because it gives us the right, if we believe that a hazard exists, if we do a notice, to your question, Councilmember Nickel, we can go to court and we can have a judge issue a warrant for us to enter a property if we believe that there is a public health hazard. So we do not like to go to court. We don't like to get warrants. This code process sets out a notification. It's actually a 30-day notification. I didn't have a copy of this until just now, but the notice was mailed on 8/14 of 2017, and in about the third paragraph down, it says if the hazard isn't removed by 9/14/2017, you may receive an administrative citation, and then it goes on from there. So we don't enter people's property without a warrant or without them allowing us to enter the property. So yes, generally it's what can be seen from the public right-of-way. And that's one of the challenges, if you will, for code enforcement, particularly if you're a neighbor that's, uphill or downhill from a neighbor that's got trash in the backyard. We can't, the city can't, and the county can't, go stand on a 6-foot-high fence in your backyard to see what's going on in your neighbor's yard. That's not permitted under the law. So people's property rights are protected. This doesn't set up a dual process. What this sets up is the ability for the county or the city, because the county is enforcing high fire hazard areas, which is generally north of the 210. The city is policing everything for weed abatement purposes south of the 210. So these provisions are necessary to allow the county to, and it doesn't say it in the code where the county consolidated fire district is going to operate, but from a procedural standpoint, that's what they're most concerned about. When we had the city fire department was using this exact same section. But now that we have the county council felt it would be much better, much cleaner if county council or if county fire staff could use 8.18 as well. So again, that's the biggest change here. I understand that we can do a better job in terms of returning phone calls and letting people know what's going on. We can always improve our process and our responsiveness. I will be the first to admit that. But people's property rights are protected under this. We're not going to go, barging into somebody's property just because we believe that something is happening. We can't. We're prohibited under the law from doing that. So hopefully that answers your questions. And if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
And I would just expand upon that in that the fire chief regularly attends our staff meetings. I meet with the directors every other week. Certainly our police chief is involved in those discussions where we are trying to make sure that we don't have duplication of efforts. We don't have enough resources to duplicate any efforts that we have that we're undertaking, and that we really coordinate on all activities like this.
And I have seen other cities that actually, when you get the notice, they do a very good job of documenting. I'll agree with Miss Mallon when I read this. She was asking me, she said, what does this specifically mean I have to do? And I couldn't answer it by reading the notice. You know, that's frustrating for me as a council person when a constituent comes to me with a notice that is, you know, very clearly threatening penalties, and I can't even understand as a council member what exactly it is they're being asked to abate and where to abate. Ms. Mallon has a rather large piece of property, and I mean, I can only guess, not seeing photos, not having some specificity as to what this is asking her to do. And I would think at a bare minimum, as a council member, as a representative of Miss Mallon to this city, and by virtue of our relationship to the county to some degree, that I can't even make heads or tails of this. And that did trouble me. It really did trouble me. And so I think if there's, you know, and I applaud Chief Muncie. I know you're doing a great job. I really applaud the efforts. This isn't intended to disparage anybody, but this is intended to hopefully urge some improvement to a process, because I think we do have, in many cases, property owners that do want to comply, that do want to comply with the law, but are terrified when they see something like this, and quite frankly, rightly so, and that as a council member, I should be able, at a minimum, to help guide them through the process, as opposed to simply say, well, call the number on here and hopefully you'll get a response at some point. That to me is just not the way government should operate.
As we've talked a couple of times, we are looking at all of our codes because we unfortunately have some issues in this city, but I think it's also an opportunity for us to look at our notices and things. In some communities, they actually attach a photograph of the violation. So we will look at our notices, you know, both the notices the fire department's issuing and the notices that our code enforcement and police department are issuing. You know, again, we are already undertaking a thorough analysis of all of our enforcement efforts, because we are working to change and clean up this community. People expect that. It gives us a chance to look at those notices too and see if there's a better way to better describe it. And as I've indicated, some cities do provide pictures, and maybe that's something we can add to the notice process.
And I do know other communities have faced consent decrees because they've failed to adequately document in their notices. And so I would urge us that for the sake of clarity and ensuring compliance. I mean, ultimately, this is what is intended here, is to improve compliance. And if we can find, hopefully, and it sounds like there were some photos that were taken, I would love to have a conversation with our county partners in terms of how might we improve this process a little more. And then when somebody calls me and they say, I don't know why I got this, I can say, well, just read the darn thing and figure it out, because it's pretty plain as day that what it's about.
The other thing that is important, our notices, generally, our first notice is really kind of a were you aware, and so we can look at even some of the language that's in that and still make the point that if there isn't action, there may be a subsequent either citation or fine or administrative process that we need to go through.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just thinking outside the box here, the problem is getting onto the property to see the mess, and I just want to provide a little bit of input, maybe different way of approaching this. Looking at the map on the wall there, it's an aerial photo.
Right.
So what comes to mind, you know, either using satellite imagery, live satellite imagery that may be available, I don't know, or our police drone, just throw it in the air. I don't know if we can do that or not, but just trying to find a way to resolve this.
I don't think technology.
How about that one, huh?
I don't believe that new technology allows us to violate people's private property rights.
But again,
we can get a consultant and company to do it, and then we buy them from them.
Councilman Trett?
Then they would be an agent of us, so no.
I'm following all of this, and I agree with a lot of what's been said. I do have a question, or I have a concern. Mark, you indicated that the 4th and the 14th Amendments and all that, and everyone thought, what's that? 5th and 14th, okay. That shows you what I know. Better go back and read that, huh? But under item B, that was recited here a couple of times now, is that it clearly says that it doesn't talk about really protecting a person's rights, unless I'm reading it out of context. It says the fire chief and his authorized representative, hereinafter called fire chief, or the community development director, and his authorized representative, hereinafter called director, shall have the right to enter upon private property to determine whether such a public nuisance exists. That's pretty clear to me that we've given the fire chief and the community development director the right to enter private property. And I'm assuming that just means property, not like open space, not knock down someone's front door or go through a gate that's locked. I happen to live, and over the years, I've been asked to abate some weeds around my area where I live, and I took care of it. And they have complete access to enter. And actually, the way I'm situated, it's kind of hard to see some stuff from the street. And I haven't been concerned, but they've been able to enter, and there's no gates or fences, and they're able to walk around my property and take a look. I wasn't offended at that. I feel like that's doing me and this community a service to make sure that I'm taking care of my property so that I don't create a fire hazard for anybody. So, but it is easy access there. So this paragraph B is kind of concerning to me.
And I understand that, again, if you read the section out of context, it does say, yes, we have the right at the end of the day, if we go to court, to enter somebody's property.
It doesn't say anything about court here, does it?
I understand that every step in every procedure is not contained in that one section.
Okay.
Again, if you read a section out of context, it's very easy to interpret it that way.
What you need to read the entire chapter, and then there are even some other provisions in our municipal code that relate to the training of our enforcement officers, some of the additional legal requirements that we have to meet. So again, you have to read the section as a whole, and then also look at other portions of our code that relate to what their requirements are.
Well, I'm all about
and
public safety and safety for our citizens, and doing and serving our citizens and doing it properly and protecting their rights as well as protecting their safety. So,
and I would even go a step further. There are procedural requirements in state law that we have, and federal law for that matter, that we have to comply with, and we know that. So reading one section here really doesn't give you the true understanding of all the other requirements that we have at the state and federal levels. And so
thank you.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Thank you, Mayor. I just can't help but think about the fires that just took place in Northern California and Napa. And they show you that photograph of that block after block after block after block of burned down houses. Those houses are not on the edge of the city. Those are in the central city. That's not, it's far away from the urban wildlands interface. Why did those houses burn? And of course, part of the reason is because there was a lot of cinders going up in the air and so forth. But I think it needs to remind us that we've got serious problems in a densely populated urban area. And we're butting up to an urban wildlands interface just to the north of us. And we better be careful. We've been very, I guess, I shouldn't say we've been very lucky, because we lost about 300 homes in 2003, didn't we? Mm-hmm. In just one fire, and so forth. So, from my point of view, again, reading the entire document, obviously we're not going to step on people's private property rights unless we've done some homework ahead of time. But the homework needs to be done, and the remediation needs to be done. In fact, I just, last night, before I went to bed, and I forwarded it to our community development director from one of my constituents on North Arrowhead, complaining about a neighbor who, over the years, has accumulated hulks and frames of vehicles. He stores them on both sides of his house, probably in the back, moves them around to the front yards and so forth. He's been doing dismantling over the past several days, doing much of it after dark. And I was going to check with you if I asked for an update, just to see what the situation is on it. Okay, but that's on North Arrowhead, on the 3500 block. This isn't any place south of the 210 or anything like that. So from my point of view, the safeguards are there. We need the protection. That's what fire departments do. And that's, again, I just point out, have you read the newspapers? Have you seen the photographs? Have you seen block after block after block after block of homes burned down? And businesses as well in Napa. And so, from my point of view, we've got the safeguards. Living in an urban area as we do, and knowing the kind of neighbors that most of us know we have. Not everybody is I'm not quite sure what good non-offensive word, pack rat. But again, part of it you see in our alleyways. You get the mattresses and you get the trash that people. I'm not quite sure where people come up with all the mattresses. People must be sleeping on the floors in a lot of places. But the point is that people have got a lot of trash, and they don't care where they put it. I've called out Lawhead in the past 2 weeks in alleyways behind my house and across the street from my house, just mattresses and debris and all. I can't go on too much further with that, but the point is, I agree with what's on here, and I'll vote in favor of it because I think we need it. And you have the safeguards, and you want to take this to extremes. I remember in 2003, in the north end of the city, it was the palm fronds that were like grenades that were blown from house to house to house. And so you should get rid of that. So there's just 15 feet of it. Get rid of it, because all those are going to blow away, and they're going to be grenades for houses downwind from you, because that's what burned so many homes in the 2003 fire. Now, I did an article on it for The Sun at the time, and that was the main reason. You had palm trees that had the palm fronds, and so many of the homes, those hundreds of homes that were burned, people losing everything. And again, you just read the news articles. I don't want that happening to my city. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Muncy. I'm going to see if this goes up to 6'2". Miss. Miss Malin, is that correct? Malin, I'm sorry for violating your trust. The city manager's made it very clear to me and all the department heads that customer service needs to come first in the city. She's also made it clear that there's no silos, that the departments are going to be very interoperable with each other. And while I work for the county fire department, I consider myself your city fire chief and your fire department. I wasn't aware of these issues. I'm going to give you my card, and I'm going to set up a meeting with the fire marshal. I'll invite Council Member Nichols to be there, as well as Land Use Services. You are very right that the Mountain Service Zone does not extend down into the valley as of yet. And the Mountain Service Zone, what they're referencing is certain code that keeps the fire from spreading. This whole conversation is also my fault, because when I got here in the city in April, the first conversation I had is with our Fire Marshal, Sarah Pearson, and I said, Sarah, I've never seen the weeds here in San Bernardino like I've seen them this year. They are this tall. What are we doing? We are going to burn down a lot of houses. And Mr. Mulvihill is very correct. Santa Rosa is exactly what I'm thinking. We really want, fires are going to occur. And about 85% of our fires are caused by humans, either intentionally or on accident. And if a fire is caused on accident on somebody's property, we want that fire to stay on their property, not it to extend to your property. So when the code enforcement, what I did is I went to Sarah and she said, wow, we don't have the authority to enforce our old fire code as a county fire department. That didn't come over with annexation. And I asked to meet with code enforcement, with Jody, and then with Mark, and I said, what can we do to resolve this? Because this is something that has to be fixed. And Mark's brought this forward. So while it's my fault, also some responsibility, because we are going to save houses with this ordinance. But at the same time, we have to treat people fairly. And I am a county employee, and it's been made very clear to me by the CEO, by Devereaux when he was there, and by the Board of Supervisors that we're to extend excellent customer services to our customers, and we're not going to operate in silos. And I'm a county employee, so I take it, it hurts that you would say those things, but I understand there's a ring of truth. So I told you we're going to set up a meeting, and I'm also going to ask code enforcement to bring the pictures. And what they do when they go inspect a house is they use iPads now. They take pictures of the before, and then if we have to go clean up the house, and typically our fire crews, our paid fire crews will go do that cleanup. When they're done, they snap a picture too. Because ultimately, you're going to have homeowners that aren't happy that we had to go clean up, and they could take you to court, and we need to have the before and after. But here's the deal. Those before pictures, they need to be a violation of the code. And if they're not in violation of the code, then I have serious concerns that they would be out there noticing our residents. To remedy this in the future, any member of the city staff can always direct you to me. If there's any fire issue at all, any concern with the fire department, look for me on Facebook, look for me on LinkedIn, look for me on Twitter. I'll give you my personal cell phone, which is on my card. Any member of the staff here can provide you with our phone number, or go to our headquarters, which is on 3rd Street at the fire station there, and ask to speak to any chief officer, and we'll resolve this. So we will resolve this. I will set up this meeting, and I want to apologize to the council and the city manager for this matter occurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Muncy. Any other comments? This is,
One comment about Chief Muncy. Thank you for your ownership and stepping up. I appreciate it very much. You've done an outstanding job for us. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you just did. Thank you.
thank you. This is the first reading. Doesn't require any action at this time. If there's no further comments, the public hearing is closed. Next is item 31. This is also is a public hearing. This public hearing is now, oh, yes?
Mayor, you didn't ask for a motion or
Oh,
vote?
motion to close the hearing. The last hearing,
The last hearing.
item 30.
Do we have a motion?
Is your motion to close the hearing and
Whatever
okay.
the
That's-
prop,
okay.
got it.
Got
I am.
Thank you, Fred. Mr. Okay. So the motion to close the public hearing and continue this for the second reading at the next meeting was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nickel. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios? Yes. Mr. Valdivia?
I'll vote for him.
No. Well, I'll put him down as absent until we hear from him.
And I say yes.
Mr. Charette, yes.
On my behalf.
Mr. Nickel?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
Okay, the item passes 6-0 with Mr. Valdivia absent from the dais. All right.
Thank you. Next public hearing is the Housing and Urban Development Citizen Participation Plan. This public hearing is now open. We have two public speakers, Sandra Ibarra. Carmel Rowe, please stand and be sworn in. Kathy Brand.
Turn on the mic.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Tonight, this item before you is the Citizen Participation Plan that we are going to amend. The actual, we're opening up the public hearing tonight. However, we are going to continue the item to November 1st. But I do believe there's some public comments that they would like to speak on, so we'll go ahead and let them speak.
Councilman Shred.
I have a question. So we're not gonna, this is not gonna be the first reading, it's gonna be
We would like.
moving to continue?
Yes, we would like to continue this to the November 1st meeting. However, in recognition of the fact that we have people who want to speak.
Right,
we would
so
recommend
I'll
we
make that
take the
motion to
next one.
continue, but we should hear from the,
Yes.
the public, yeah.
Carmel Rowe.
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is that when you have a public hearing and you have it noticed for 4:30, you shouldn't start it at 9:12. This is a community development participation plan. And if everything that everybody is working so hard on is really true, then we should be engaging the public and not shutting them out. I mean, how many senior citizens are going to be out here at night? How many parents that have to put their children to bed are going to be out here at night? And we noticed this for 4:30. Okay, we noticed this for 4:30, and it is 9 o'clock. We had two public hearings at 9 o'clock in the evening. Now, you know, although Mr. Valdivia had some technical difficulties, I'm wondering why we all can't call in. Because if we're going to have public hearings at 9 p.m. at night, I'd like to be sitting in front of my TV on the telephone calling in and speaking to you guys. If we're really, really, really apt to participation, which I do believe in Ms. Brand, and I do believe that she is actively working very hard to try to make a difference. So by no means am I discrediting her. But in order to help her in her efforts, if we are going to have a public hearing and if we are going to have a public participation plan, then let's let the public be able to participate by having this at a reasonable hour, or by having it start on time, or even by putting it in the agenda at a certain time. Okay. Or let's put this all over. I mean, let's tweet this out. Let's Facebook this out. Let's do what we can do so that there's more than two public speakers here. And the only reason we know and we're here is because we're on the commission. Okay, there was a young boy here, 22-year-old young boy. He's gone to speak, to hear, to listen. Yet we started this public hearing that was noticed at 4:30, right now at 9 o'clock. I have a definite problem with that. I did read this since we are continuing it. I will continue to see what happens. The only one comment I would like to make, so it's on the record, is that I did not see the Community Development Advisory Committee in there, which I do know under HUD guidelines, we do have to have a Citizens Advisory Committee. So I would like to see the job specifications of the Citizen Advisory Committee. And I do see all the laws, you know, that we're required to follow by HUD. But just because you state a law doesn't mean we're actively going to seek citizen participation, which is evident by the fact that this public hearing did not start at 4:30. So I would like to know that we are going above and beyond just what HUD says. I would like to know, being that we have these CDBG dollars and they're anywhere from 3.5 to 8.5 million plus ESG funds plus home funds, which I could stand here all day and I could tell you exactly how many funds have been wasted over the years, and I could pull the public records request and I could really just shove it down your guys' throat. Okay. But we are using money that is for the low income and the medium income population in our city. And this money is not actually actively getting to them, because if it was, we might have an urban renewal plan. we might have a square of the city squared off, and we might just be using these funds maybe for the next 5 years on this square of the city. And I know this is regarding the public participation plan, but the fact that you guys are always hiring consultants and that you only give people a 3-minute time limit now to speak and then maybe another 3-minute time limit, to me, it seems like you are limiting the public participation. And we had a public participation plan previously, and the public was never invited to participate. So while Ms. Brand is actively trying to work within our city to do better by the HUD funds, I'd like you guys to all actively work to do better, to make sure that the HUD funds are spent properly, to make sure that you guys are reading your agendas, to make sure that you guys are going by these apartment complexes before you're kicking people out. You know, I would hold you guys all accountable to this money being wasted and the public being informed, because I don't think that any of you have informed your residents that this public hearing was here tonight, because they might want to know where this money goes and how it gets spent, and exactly about Section 108 loans, which the Citizen Participation Plan does spell out. So I believe in Ms. Brand that she is going to do the right thing, but if she's the only person doing the right thing and you guys are not, then her efforts are not really going to be all that successful. And you guys could start by noticing a public hearing and actually having it at the time that it's set, so that people who were here to speak or who want to speak, and then, like I said, blast it all over, send it in the water bill. Okay, put it out on the blinking board at Paris Hill Park. Hey, community meeting, public hearing, show up. We care about you, but I don't necessarily think that you care too much about our voices, because if you did, you'd listen to the citizens instead of these consultants. And we are constantly hiring out of town consultants who, honestly, they leave at night. They're not here. They leave. They go home. Okay, and if they're here, they might be here because it's this council meeting. But on regular evenings when we're all still here in the city, where are they? Let's listen to the citizens. Let's put this participation plan to work, and let's actively do a better job at being friendly and community orientated. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ibarra.
Good evening, everybody. I read through this, and I'm a resident and a commissioner too, but I have some notes. If we can definitely mention about informing the commissioners. Perfect example was the HUD home funds. I kept coming to the council, letting you guys know about, reminding you the consultant who never came back with a proposal for how to use that money. And we were being ignored. There was a public hearing, commissioners were not informed. I would just suggest that the commissioners be included onto this plan. Ms. Kathy, thank you for reaching out to us. It was a breath of fresh air, nobody else did. But definitely include us on the decision making so that we can go out to our communities and inform them of what's going on, especially with all this HUD money. This plan, I wasn't able to show it to my neighbors, the homeowners, because it's in English, and if we can do it in Spanish, I wouldn't mind translating, but it was kind of hectic, a lot of pages. And so I'm asking if the city's gonna provide us with bilingual copies to share with the community. And if we can, like Carmel was saying, when there are public hearings, to put it everywhere, not just on one newspaper. We know what happened in March, the hearing that we had about HUD and homelessness. I think it was a HUD. There was a hearing in March. No, it was in the Sun newspaper. Not everybody gets the Sun newspaper. I don't read it. I don't get it. But hey, I am on social media, Twitter, Facebook. You can email me, call me, send me mailers, give me a call. I didn't get any of that during that period. Just some ideas that I would like to include onto the plan if possible. Once again, Ms. Kathy, thank you for reaching out to us. I can't thank you enough. So look forward to working more with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
I move to continue.
Have a motion to move in the second. No further discussions. Call for voice.
Oh, you don't? Would.
I think we've lost him forever.
Want me to call him? Want me to call him on my cell phone?
No, I have a number that I can call him back if you need. Oh, okay.
He's in the casino.
I believe you've
Teach him
called
not
for
to
the
show up to
question.
council meetings.
Yes.
The motion on item 31 was made by Mr. Charette and the second by Mr. Mulvihill. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard? Yes. And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 6-0 with Mr. Valdivia absent.
Thank you. Next is item 32. This is a receive and file the capital improvement work plan. Martin Pastucha.
And Mr. Mayor, just before, Martin's also quick to the podium, but I would like to start. I will just briefly mention, this is really a work plan for the capital improvement budget that you already adopted. So on June 21st, 2017, the council adopted a capital improvement plan. You know, that's a good plan, but really to make it effective, we've got to define for all of you when you can expect certain things. Either, construction does require design work, engineering work, a whole host of other things. So what we've attempted to do with this plan now is to develop an understanding of what you can expect over the next several months. We've included those items that the council already approved. So this does not include new projects. It includes the things that you've seen before. I have had some conversations with some of you about your desire to see other projects. This does not include that because at this point, this is the only authority that we have in terms of our ability to go out and do capital work on your behalf. And so with that, Martin's going to walk through it. You will notice he's tried to also create some efficiencies by bidding projects as one project. So you'll see several places where it may not be the line item that you saw before, but it's because we're trying to do that as part of a larger project. Again, trying to create some efficiency so we can actually accomplish more this year. So Martin.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm here to present the city's first capital improvement work plan. This is a document that I don't think the city's ever undertaken before, but really, as the City Manager indicated, it is an effort by staff to show you the steps in the process and the time frames for projects to be completed in the capital improvement plan that you approved last June as part of the fiscal year 16-17 budget. So just a brief primer, the CIP is really the plan for the city's investment in maintaining and enhancing its critical infrastructure. The fiscal year 17-18 CIP, capital improvement plan, consisted of 60 different projects divided into 5 different categories. That CIP budget that you adopted was $22.9 million. And the CIP work plan is really the details, the project work efforts. What are the things that are going to happen this fiscal year? And we did it by quarter because, again, we're trying to do these. We're not taking an existing CIP. We sort of started from scratch again with a 1-year CIP, so we're re-ramping up. And in that process, you'll see we have a lot of projects. Not all of them are going to be done this year. Some are going to be done in various stages, but trying to set the stage so that we will have some projects that are done this year in construction. Some projects are in design, so as we move into next year's CIP, we'll start the construction then during the summertime when the prime construction season is, and into the fall. So we start a cycle of design, construction each year, so that every year we'll start to see work moving forward. So the first one, just general buildings, and what I've tried to do is just give you a snapshot. I didn't want to run every 60 projects through you here tonight. I know it's kind of late, and the work plan for those individual projects are contained in the document, but I wanted to just give you a highlight of some of the ones in the different categories. General buildings, in this particular building, we're going to replace the HVAC and elevators because those are both in very bad shape and need to be done. We've already started design last fiscal year. It'll be completed this quarter. We'll go, the project bid award will be in the third quarter of 17-18, and the construction start in the fourth quarter, and will continue into the first 2 quarters of 18-19. The City Hall Plaza security, again, design has been completed, and we're doing the construction bids will come to council the third quarter, and then construction in the third and fourth quarter of 17-18. The Road Branch Library roof installation, again, the design's complete. we'll be bringing council the consideration for the construction bids coming up here in the second quarter and construction in the third and fourth quarter 17-18. Again, doing the construction of a roof in the third quarter may not be ideal based on the weather situation, but if we have a dry winter, we may get lucky and be able to do that. And then demolition of Fire Station 223. You know, we've got some design work. You may not think there's a lot of design work to go with demolition, but there is an existing fuel tank we want to salvage, so we have to look at that. We've also got to look at the environmental aspects of the building to look for hazardous materials on site, and we complete those reviews before we can start the demolition. So we'll bring that bid, the contract award for demolition in the fourth quarter, and the demo will be complete in the first quarter of next fiscal year. Parks, and I have my colleague, Mr. Tickmeyer here, who can certainly speak to any specifics if you have questions. But in parks, we've got the Parasil Park improvements, the security fencing, and restroom upgrades. Again, we're moving forward with design on that. We're using those design in-house. The construction bids will come to council in the third quarter, and we'll start construction in the fourth quarter of this year and move into the first quarter next year. The Second Lake ball field security fencing restroom upgrades, very similar project on a very similar time frame. The Jerry Lewis Swim Center pool cover replacement, that contract has already been awarded, and that's in the process of moving forward. The swim pool plastering at 5 different locations. The construction bids will come to council in the third quarter of 17-18. Construction will begin the fourth quarter, then stop, as doing pool replastering during the prime summer season really isn't the right thing. So we'll do what we can before the real summer hits, and then we'll come back at it in the second quarter of 18-19 after the summertime and finish the pool replastering. And then the soccer complex drop-off lane, we've got to do some analysis, and hopefully they'll complete design in the third quarter this year. Construction bids thereafter, and hopefully the construction will occur in the fourth quarter this year. The biggest improvement or biggest category we have is street improvement projects. And so I've been sort of highlighted some of the street improvement projects here. There's certainly a number of other ones that aren't included, but the Mountain Avenue and Forest Street improvement project, talked a little bit about that tonight. Design will be completed in the second quarter of 17-18. Construction bids to council by the third quarter of 17-18. Construction will start fourth quarter and run probably through the second quarter of 18-19. Pavement rehab at 11 locations. This is our 16-17 Measure I projects. You know, we've started design, and we should have it completed. Project will come to bid third quarter 17-18, then we'll bring the construction bids to council the fourth quarter. We'll start construction the first quarter and second quarter of 18-19. So we'll be in that frame of doing the work in the summertime. Inland Center Drive pavement rehab, again, another one where we're getting design firms on board. Well, the design contract will come to council in the third quarter of 17-18. Construction bids in the first quarter 18-19. Construction will occur in the second and third quarters of 18-19. Little Mountain Drive, very similar time frame to that. Again, moving forward with that construction project and those in that manner. And then pavement rejuvenation, slurry seal. This is a much quicker project, not a whole lot of work in terms of design specifications for slurry seal projects. So we're at this point in time identifying the locations, and then we'll bring the project bidding is happening this quarter. Then construction bids will come to council the third quarter. We'll award in the fourth quarter and start that work fourth quarter into the first quarter of next fiscal year. And then ADA access improvements. Again, we're in the process of doing design, concession contracts to council in the third quarter, construction in the fourth quarter, and the first quarter of 18-19. Just 2 other in the street improvement categories, city-wide annual sidewalk concrete repairs. This is different than the ADA ramps, but it's dealing with sidewalk replacement and curb and gutter. We'll be on soliciting bids in the second and third quarter. Construction contract to council the fourth quarter of 17-18. The construction will start in the first quarter of 18-19. And then bridge and railing repairs. This work is already done. It's doing some metallite. Let's see. What's the term for the material we put on top of the bridge decking? Methacrylite. Sorry. I turned to my X here. Methacrylite at 2 different bridges. So that will the bids will come to the council in the third quarter, and construction will be in the fourth quarter and first quarter of 18-19. Storm drain, we've got the Patton Basin project where we're working on finishing the design there. It'll go to the county. for their review and a permit issuance in the third quarter, and then hopefully bring the construction contract to council in the fourth quarter and then start the construction in the first quarter when it's dry. And then Waterman Avenue and Baseline Avenue culvert repairs, again, we're working on design now. Construction bids will come to council in the third quarter, and construction will occur in the fourth quarter after we get out of the rain season. And finally, the last category was street lights and traffic signals. We've got our street light knockdown pole replacement project. The RFP is out, and we're identifying locations currently now. The construction contract will come to council for award the third quarter, and construction start fourth quarter into the first quarter of 18-19. The citywide streetlight LED conversion phase 1 on Broadmoor, the design contract will come to council the third quarter of 17-18, construction contract to council after that, and then construction will occur the first quarter of 18-19. Systematic safety analysis report. This is really just an engineering study, but it's moving forward, and that will be completed by the end of this year. And in the Water Avenue and I-10 cooperative project with Caltrans, the final design will be in second quarter 17-18. Caltrans review and approval because it is with them in the third quarter 17-18, and we'll hopefully bring the construction contract award to council the fourth quarter 17-18 and construction in 18-19.
Councilman Nickel.
I'll let you.
At this point in
You're
time,
ready.
I
Okay.
just wanted to open it up for any questions that you have, and certainly myself or the staff from engineering division are here to answer any questions.
Wow, I'm impressed. This is by far the best capital improvement work plan update I've received since I have been on the council, and probably really the only one.
You got nowhere to go with that.
Nowhere to go with that. But to that point, this is exactly the kind of good news type of that our community really needs to hear. I would love to see this, maybe not this time, but certainly in the future. I think this warrants some kind of a public communication, maybe even a map that shows all of these projects that we're now undertaking. I mean, this is phenomenal. I think what this communicates not just to residents, but people that for years have written us off that we just can't get our act together. I think this shows, you know what? We've actually turned a major page here, and we're getting stuff done. We're keeping our promises to the taxpayers, and we're finally starting to deliver on things that we've been talking about doing for years, and now we're finally getting around to the point where we can get them done. Just one quick question. I know we've had this conversation. The convention center was brought up this evening. I didn't see it on here. What is the status of that
Now, remember.
roof project? I
The
know.
roof project we are working on, and I'll let Martin talk to the exact timeframes, but just for the community that's heard this, just a couple of comments. This is really just a partial list. So it didn't go into, you have a much greater list in your packet, and then this document really supports the document that you acted upon in June.
Right.
So what we're attempting broadly relate to the convention center, and then of course Martin and his staff can expand upon it. We're really trying just to preserve that so that the council can have a very open discussion about
Okay.
what.
Okay.
So again, it's not a new re-roofing. We're really just trying
Right.
to ensure that it doesn't leak and
That's
create
fair.
further damage.
Okay, just good news stuff. This is great, and the more we can really communicate to the public what we're doing now, wow, I'm impressed. Really
This
impressed.
is one map that we see. The other one, Martin and the Public Works staff have done a remarkable job. And I think Councilmember Mulvihill called me one day and said he had seen someone out surveying the trees. We are nearing completion of a survey of every tree that we own in the city, so we understand the status, the health, what kind of species it is. Is it in a state of decline? Is it not? And we're hoping we have more that are very healthy and successful. From that, they will be developing a tree trimming schedule, so you have a regular cycle, so residents understand trees in San Bernardino are trimmed every X number of years, and then putting that map on there as well as this map, so people can see what are the changes that they can expect to see in their community. So that should be fairly, I think we're 85% done with the tree
Yeah,
collection.
I understand the inventory is just about done, and then it would be the process of they've gotten the data, now it's putting it into a format and then mapping the data and then devising the schedules.
I know this is a receive and file, but I would really categorize this as a receive and share because.
I thought you were going to
think
say receive and win.
Yeah, yeah, that as well. Good job.
Good.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the best report I've seen in 7 years, and it brings a lot of hope back to our community that we are turning the corner. So thank you, the city manager and all the staff. This is great. I do have just a brief question regarding your general buildings. I'm not sure if it's on the PowerPoint, but it's listed on here, and it has to do with fencing of the our former City Hall building. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure, it's just to provide some security fencing around the front entrances and the glass of the building to protect it. Obviously now there's been some attempts to break into that, so by providing that security fencing around those main entrances, it will help reduce the amount of temptation that is there, and then with our normal security will help keep better safeguard that building.
Yes, I understand
It'll be-
from city staff that there have been some squatters trying to open the doors and actually sleep in the
Right.
lobby area, and it's really unfortunate.
So this will be a wrought iron fence that goes around underneath essentially.
Wrought iron, it'll be nicely done, right? It
Yes.
won't look like a prison fence or anything like that?
No,
Okay. Like a chain link fence that's?
no, it'll be wrought iron. no
Wrought
chain.
iron, got it. Another question that some other individuals have asked me out in the community, what plans do we have to protect and preserve Martin Luther King statue? That's really important to the community.
I mean, I can
We're not there
answer-
yet?
Well, we are there yet. We will, and to talk about chain link fencing, I'm certain that chain link fencing has appropriate uses in some areas, but our goal is to elevate our properties. We
Right.
will be maintaining our properties. We're just trying to do a full inventory and then develop a maintenance schedule so that we can do that. But we aren't going to do anything to City Hall or any other facility that really doesn't add value to it. So we'll come up, certainly, we recognize our limitations, but we're going to find an alternative that really sends the kind of message about what kind of community we want to be rather than just
Right.
putting chain link fencing up. So,
Right, it'll speak volumes.
It speaks volumes about who we believe we are. We have looked at that building. We don't want to chain link off City Hall at all, much, in keeping with the comment about elevating our stature. We are looking at wrought iron fencing to secure the most sensitive areas, the areas where we think there's the most potential for damage, and that's really that overhang. And then we are still maintaining the area around Martin Luther. He will be accessible. So people
Great,
can still
great.
honor that and celebrate, but again, it is part of that structure.
Sure.
And that area immediately adjacent to it will be secured to stop
Okay.
people from walking underneath the overhang, which is really the greatest potential for
Sure.
liability exposure.
And believe it or not, there are a lot of residents that still don't know that we're closed at City Hall. And I direct them to the call center because they still believe that we're open. I said, we're open for business, but we're in a different location.
And just since you've raised the question about the City Hall, this budget doesn't really address any of the issues that we have at City Hall. We are collecting data now on what the alternatives are, how we might be able to reinforce that, what the costs will be, and then we'll be exploring that with you at a later date for some direction on alternatives that you'd like us to pursue
Great.
further. So,
It's a work in progress.
yes.
It's a really, really good start, and I know I'll probably get some calls. Say, it's about time. Thank you.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes, I just wanted to comment, the extensive number of street improvements and street repairs are based on a complete street inventory that's been done in the city. That these are not simply, we'll do this for the first ward, we'll do this for the third ward and so forth. But we've done an inventory completely for the streets in the city and prioritized where our investments can be best made, and we're working through that plan. So again, it's better than just improving the streets. We're doing it in an orderly manner and addressing the worst problems first.
That's right. And maybe Martin might want to take a moment just to talk about our arterial streets and why those,
Sure.
given the condition, why those have been rated higher in terms of needs of improvement.
Sure, I think one of the things you have to realize is the streets, I shouldn't say you realize, I'm sure you realize the streets in San Bernardino are in terrible shape. If you look at our pavement management index, and when we have a pavement management system, the last time it was updated was 2015, so it's relatively up to date. It goes back and does a condition assessment of all the roads, and you basically look at the life of a road being 20 years. And so you come up with a pavement condition index. It's a number that tells you sort of where you're at. 70, usually 70 is good, 80 is very good, hundreds of brand new roads. So when you look at where our averages are at, statewide the average is somewhere right around 63. You look at the city of San Bernardino's average, our average is around 36. Our roads are in terrible shape. So going back and trying to pick which roads we do, we've looked at arterials because they are two issues. One, they convey the largest volume of traffic, and secondly, they are the issues that have the greatest liability from volume of traffic, speeds, and potential injuries that can occur as a result of damage to the roadway. So that's why we focus primarily on arterials. Residential streets certainly need it, but the speeds are much slower. You could potentially say the streets are in such bad shape that they sort of act as natural speed pumps, which is a terrible thing to say, but that's kind of the conditions of our roads. But our arterials certainly are very much in dire need. This is a drop in the bucket compared to what is really needed on our streets here. But you got to start someplace, and as was stated earlier, we're taking a look at, rather than completely reconstructing our streets, which we'll never be able to afford, to try and take those dollars and find ways to extend the life longer. And again, using the fabric as a result and doing some grind and overlays, that will help us as opposed to complete reconstruction. We'll reconstruct in spots where we need to, but trying to make very good decisions about what money we spend to make sure that what money we spend is a good investment as well. Because slurry and seal streets that are in bad shape is just a waste. It'll be painted for a day, a year later it'll look just as bad. It won't do any good to the pavement. So if we're going to make those sort of investments, we need to make sure that they're smart investments and investments that the community believes will help the roadway conditions.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I know, I'm really excited about what's going on in the city of San Bernardino. We've been hungry for our city to start looking a little better. I already see it already. I see a lot of change. We see a lot of bad things happening in the city, but I see a lot of good things and positive things happening. But also, I'm excited about our CIP plan, but I just want to also just make sure that we're aware of SB1 and that we're in line for getting that money. I know I had a conversation with Assembly Member Eloise Reyes, and she was concerned, and she wanted that money to come to the area. And I just want to make sure we keep our eye on that prize right there.
Certainly. We actually submitted our application for our SP1 allocation, so it's going to be before the CTC, so there'll be no reason to withhold that for our particular per capita allocation. But there's also money that'll come back to the region, and they'll start to look at those regional programs, so we'll certainly keep an eye on those. The city has hired some grant writers that will certainly help us as we continue to apply both from statewide and federal dollars, as well as any of the local dollars that we can to try and make those investments back in our roadways. And we certainly can make a very good case in terms of the need.
Thank you. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
The one thing that this doesn't do, we're also working with our other partners, Caltrans, the county, even in some respects the school district, because there are opportunities as they make improvements or they have plans for improvements that we can maybe leverage some of our dollars to make the best use of those. So we're also, in addition to the things that we're directly doing, we're trying to be engaged with our partners to make sure that dollars are invested here. I can think of a specific project on the 210 freeway where we're working with Caltrans and other partners to try to add some additional on and off ramps to alleviate some of the traffic congestion. So again, in addition to this, we're going to be out there constantly looking for other ways that we can work with some of our other partner agencies to improve our roadway system.
Thank you. No further questions. This is a receive and file. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Next is item 33. This is to appoint members to the Citizens Advisory Committee on Marijuana and adopt a resolution and urgency ordinance related thereto.
Mayor, members of the council, at a recent council meeting, you established this committee, and there are certain procedural things that we need to do based on the membership requirements that you identified at that time. In addition to that, as Stephen makes his way and Mark makes their way to the podium, you also, at that earlier meeting, indicated that by the next council meeting, you are going to provide names of potential appointees for recommendation to this body for appointment to the Citizens Advisory Committee. We have that information here, and I'm just going to pass that out, and then I will read the names so that you can take action on this and approve the recommendations that have come forward from each of you. Councilmember Virginia Marquez nominated Sandra Owens Olivas. Councilmember Benito Barrios nominated Frank J. Flores. Councilmember Valdivia nominated Randy Ball. Councilmember Charette nominated Larry Queel. Councilmember Nickel nominated Randy Wilson. Councilmember Richard nominated Fred Burks. Councilmember Jim Mulvihill nominated Damon Alexander. And then if you'll recall, the mayor had 2 appointments, and he has recommended for appointment Margaret Hill and Cassie Levy. And with that, you do have that list in front of you. We've provided copies of it in the back for anyone who would like a copy of it with the correct spelling of names and pronunciation. In case my pronunciation wasn't correct, we want to make sure we provided that. So again, Stephen and Mark are going to walk through the urgency ordinance and the reason for that. That is really effectuating what the council directed us to do in terms of the appointments, and then walk through what the resolution will accomplish, and then we'll talk about kind of our next steps. With that, gentlemen.
Mayors and council, I'll take the urgency ordinance and explain the reason for that. As you know, we did get a new charter in November of 2016. It has a residency requirement for all boards, committees, and commissions created by the council. It was the intention of the council that they wanted to be able to appoint business owners who weren't necessarily residents to the ad hoc committee or the Citizens Advisory Committee on Marijuana, which requires that they be exempted by ordinance. So we want to get started quickly so that we can meet January 1st deadlines, protect the health and safety of the residents by putting forward these regulations. So you have an urgency ordinance in front of you. Urgency ordinances require a 4/5 vote. For a 7-person council, that is 6. That's all I have on the urgency ordinance, unless there's any questions about that specific item.
And the other reason we're presenting this as an urgency matter is, remember, the council and mayor really wanted to receive the first section. We recognize that there may be further assignments that you give to this committee, but their initial assignment to review those areas not currently covered by the regulations that we have in place. You wanted to see those recommendations by mid-December. So again, we're trying to move this along very quickly so that you can receive the recommendations in the timeline that you've requested.
Do you have any questions from council members? If Councilmember Nickel?
I just want to be clear that this only allows for the addition of business owners who own businesses within the city of San Bernardino.
That's an excellent question. It's actually a comment that the city manager had to me. I wrote the exception broadly. The members are being appointed by the council. So if there's someone on there who you don't think meets the qualifications that you'd like to impose, you can certainly vote to have them removed, or you can amend the urgency ordinance to have that explicit language added to it.
Yeah, because my concern, and I'll just be honest, I got more or less unanimous direction from constituents that they want to ensure that these individuals are residents and or owners of businesses within the city. And what I see here is, whereas the mayor and city council desire broad representation of the community, including the owners of local businesses on the CAC, I get from that language that it could include local businesses. It could include more broadly anybody that we would choose.
And you're reading it correctly. I wrote it broadly. My recommendation would be is if you want to have that restriction placed there, would be to change section 3 of the urgency ordinance, where it says that the members of the CIC are hereby accepted from the residency requirement for members of boards, committees, and commissions under section 601. So long as they are an owner of a business located within the city of San Bernardino.
If we can make that change, you've got my vote.
Okay. I would recommend that if that was the council's pleasure, that be the motion that you make on the ordinance.
And I would concur. The motion that was adopted by the city council that night was to form a Citizens Advisory Committee containing 9 members, and it reads on further, but with representatives that are either San Bernardino residents or San Bernardino business owners. So that is the motion that
I will
was
make the
approved.
motion that we approve, subject to the addition of that language that specifies the exception applies only to business owners, businesses within the city of San Bernardino.
No second.
Councilman Shred?
I was interested in this. I think I was actually kind of the one that brought it up.
Yes.
And it turns out that I don't need it.
Right.
The person I've appointed is not only a business owner, but lives in the 4th Ward and lives in the city of San Bernardino. And it was my intent that we be fairly broad and that we not be limited to our wards, be ward specific, or that you wouldn't have to be a resident if you owned,
Yes.
owned a business in here and would have to be at some high level of executive leadership in that company, not necessarily the owner. For an example, Stater Brothers is a huge company.
Right.
And if we wanted one of their one of their members, I probably wouldn't go for the CEO, but maybe if they designated somebody, maybe this is moot discussion.
I think it is
But-
really a moot discussion.
Okay,
because
that's all.
there was only one potential nominee that I thought might be affected, and I did speak to one of the council members and clarified that person owns actually a couple of businesses in the city. So again, I think it ultimately ends up being a moot point.
Okay.
I would also add that in addition to the nominees that came forward from the council, we did have one other individual who sent an application that was not necessarily recommended by any of you. I've only included those people that you specifically have indicated you were nominating for this position because that was the direction of the council. So again, I think ultimately it ends up being a moot point, although I do understand that in the event that you have to replace a member, then it may become more relevant.
And the change to the current ordinance would be that the business owner is a owner of the business. Councilmember Charette was talking about an executive level, but I think the language that you talked about was they'd be an owner of the business.
I think I raised that only because that really is the motion that you adopted. If you want to modify that further today to clarify what Councilmember Charette indicated, that it is a San Bernardino business owner or executive level employee, I mean, you certainly can do that. I was just refreshing your recollection as to what you adopted that night.
But it sounds like it's not necessary.
At this point, it wouldn't. It would only become necessary if one of you needed to replace your appointee to the committee, then it would become an issue. Yeah, I would also note, you've given them a very short time frame,
Right.
and they may have another task that you want them to do. But again, I think even with respect to that task, you would probably want recommendations very quickly. So I'm hoping that we can keep the same group of people and not have that be an issue anyway.
So Councilmember, you're,
I'm okay with it.
all right. Do we have a motion? Second?
So on item 33, Mr. Nichol made the motion, and Mr. Barrios seconded it, contingent on changes that we've discussed you've discussed to the ordinance. Ms. Marquez? And remember,
Can I clarify?
Yes.
I suggest, no.
okay.
I suggest that you vote on 1 and 2 together and number 3 separately, because the mayor also votes on number 3, but not on 1 and 2.
I will amend my motion appropriately that we combine 1 and 2.
Okay. And Mr. Barrios, are you agreeable?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion to accept, to adopt the Unified Urgency Ordinance, as well as adopt a resolution concerning the Citizens Advisory Committee on Marijuana, was made by Mr. Nichols, seconded by Mr. Barrios. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia is absent. Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Mr. Shard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 6-0.
All right, item number 3, We have a motion. I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
All right, a motion to second.
You don't get to make motions much, do you?
That's why he wanted to do this one.
Oh, go ahead, let him. He is. I let him. I'm gonna join his team.
So on item 3, the motion was made by the mayor, seconded by Fred Charette, to accept the list presented of the Citizens Advisory Committee on Marijuana nominees. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Now, we will work quickly. We plan to contact these people. We do have an RFP that has been issued. We're going to start, though, the process, contacting them, requesting their availability for that initial meeting and get that scheduled, even despite the fact that we don't actually have a consultant on board yet, but we'll keep quickly working through that. But we want to get these people at least setting their meeting dates and times and doing other procedural things, identifying their leader and vice leader.
Councilman Shred.
Do you have any idea when the first meeting might occur? I mean, are you looking a week, 2 weeks?
We're hoping within a couple of weeks of the
At-
outset
okay.
because remember, they don't have
Yeah,
a lot of
I
time.
understand.
And
That-
so, I mean, if we can get them in next week, so we
Okay,
will be
good.
making calls. That's why it was critical that the applications come to the manager's office. We already have now a database, so we'll start that outreach and yes.
And do you anticipate that they'll actually meet in this location, or have you given that
Yeah.
consideration?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a good forum for that because we do anticipate there will be some people who want to attend those meetings. We want to make it as accessible as we can. So yes, probably this, we're just clarifying, we need their schedule to know whether this is available. I mean, we're typically, us, Planning Commission, really the only users of it, so we think we can accommodate that.
Very good, thank you. Next is a report by Councilmember Mulvihill on the 2017 American Planning Association California Conference held September 23rd to September 26th.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Mulvihill?
I know our last meeting, Councilman Barrios reported on the League of California Cities meeting in Sacramento. Typically, the League and the Cal Planners jointly run their meetings consecutively. Somehow this year they messed up. They had the League of Cities. I think it was the planners that were right. It was the League that got messed up. But at any rate, I would usually go to both of them simply because they run consecutively, but this time there was a weekend between. And so I did not go to the League because my credential is based on the Cal Planners. And so I was able to pick up, I think, about 25 credits just for going there. At any rate, to the issue at hand.
Get to the report.
There was it was an excellent meeting. The topic was diversity, and some of the meetings that I went to. There's the first one I went, tools for active transportation, bicycle, pedestrian, and because we've got a grant application, I'm not quite sure.
We haven't been formally notified, although I did get a text from Hassan that tells me that you can announce it.
Okay, so we got a quarter. It was a 200,000. 200,000. I thought it was $250,000, but to develop a basic active transportation plan. And Cal State San Bernardino also has $200,000 as well. They weren't. I had heard they were. Okay, that's too bad. No, maybe next time. And that same day, the first day, art as a community engagement tool, and particularly as we've been talking about art here in our very meeting, of engaging the community. But I was most interested in several meetings dealing with community development. They had several panels on promise zone development, and very interesting in terms of, on the one hand, it was interesting to hear about the workings of promise zones and the discussion of the need for really extensive partnerships and to coordinate the partners, and the idea of, what are the most difficult things to keep people, these nonprofits and these public agencies unified and together, and trust. Number one, have the data to show the performance, to indicate the fact that maybe, at one point in time, the benefits to one particular group may be more than another one, but to have the data indicating the performance, as we've talked about here tonight, in terms of indicating the fact that the balance. And there was a quote that somebody said, change happens with the speed of trust. And so I thought that was worthy of repeating here. But they did mention the example of the burn grants, the DOJ, the partnerships, and of course what National Corps has done over in the area on Baseline and Baseline and Waterman. And they specifically pointed that out. On the other hand, all the speakers were from Sacramento, Los Angeles, and San Diego. They've all got promise zones. And of course, we've religiously turned in consecutive promise zone applications, and it's always been, if it's not Los Angeles, it's San Francisco or San Diego and so forth. And, they did mention what the success of their applications. And the one thing that points out to me is the management of grants. And of course, that's been our big problem. As the past couple of sessions, we've had issues finding out $800,000 is going to be lost. That it's that grant management that HUD knows about. And so when the discussion of further grants, well, you can't manage what you've got. Why should we give you? They've got the track records in San Diego and in Los Angeles and Sacramento. What was interesting is that the afternoon where they had the promise zone discussion in the morning, they had in fact a mobile workshop dealing with redevelopment and promise zones in Sacramento. And so we took the afternoon and in about 3 or 4 hours, a bus trip to various promise zone. Well, they got a promise zone to various redevelopment projects, mostly housing projects, but also mixed use within Sacramento. What was really interesting, as an aside, as we're taking this bus trip through promise zones, I was noticing vacant lots with mattresses and trash, and I mentioned to the one of the hosts that were there, I said, we've got this quality of life team that, how long has that been? Can you call somebody? And they said, they don't have something like that. And so, as we're going past these things and repetitively, there were the mattresses and the trash and so forth. And there's another example of that. On another day, I took a mobile, this was a walking workshop, Emerging Urban Corridors in downtown Sacramento. We went up L Street across 16, which is I guess it would be the eastern boundary of the Capitol Mall, 16th Street and down R Street. Obviously, Sacramento is no longer a manufacturing center, but they've got so many manufacturing buildings that they've turned into entertainment, restaurants, and so forth. And plus, there's been new construction that they've made to look 1920s architecture. There's an automobile dealership from the 1920s that they've turned into a housing project, and again, taking pictures of that and so forth. But as we're walking along, and I've told several people this, I bet, every third block we came across some homeless person in some doorway. And this is a state capitol. And along 16th Street, which is the eastern boundary of the Capitol Mall, there's homeless people there. And as we're standing in front of one project, somebody across the street was graffitiing a wall. And I took a picture of that person. I just asked, we've got a graffiti task force that you can call in. And so the point is that we've been working on these issues. And it's the kind of thing, this is the state capitol. And somehow you think that if it wouldn't be, if you wouldn't have these problems anyplace, it would be not only in the state capitol, but on the Capitol Mall, and so forth. So in a way, you know, I hated to say, gee, my city's better than that, but I did. But at any rate, there, and of course there was, I went to a meeting on cannabis land use. There were some terrific planners from Calaveras County and also from Richmond, California. They have a medical marijuana ordinance that they've had for some years, which is kind of a model for some of the things that we really need to think about in terms of land use, particularly in residential areas, but also, you know, the kind of buildings, and also, you know, the amount of water being used and the amount of electricity being used. That, again, to think about those things as we think about our own ordinance about water recycling, because, again, it's a major dent in an area that is, well, we've got a lot of burnt out lawns because of water shortages and so forth. So it's something that we really need to think about. But all in all, we had a couple of luncheons. One was, the speaker was Darrell Steinberg, who's now the mayor of Sacramento, former leader of the Senate, leader of the House, and been in state government for at least 2 decades. But it's very interesting and well worth attending. So I couldn't be the other one, but you got to choose one or the other sometimes.
Well, thank you for that report. The Promise Zone application actually wasn't a grant because there was no money tied to the Promise Zone.
That's what I don't mean to say. But the point is that they assist you.
Right.
And
yeah,
so, but the point is, it's the decision is made based on how you've done in the past in terms of management.
Did you offer the Go Request app that they?
You know, I didn't. But again, I did mention the fact that they really need to develop this kind of a. They weren't that far. I mean, I didn't think that maybe talking about IT, they, you know, that might have pushed them over.
Thank you for the report.
Oh, you
Councilor.
guys from San Bernardino, you're just always here.
Well, that concludes our agenda items. We'll now go to public comments. Carmel Rowe.
I have a few public comments today. First one I'd like to address is I heard the report on the quality of life team update, and while I'm real thrilled that we have a quality of life team, I have been code enforcing the city through Go Request. I have one issue all the way from 12/12 of 2016, never been dealt with. I have another one, illegal dumping on D Street, 9/26/2017, still open. Have another one on 590 North Mountain View, illegal dumping, still open, 9/26. Another one on a vacant lot on Orange Show Road, 9/27, still open. Another one on Washington Avenue, still open. Another one on 4th Street, still open. 926 Foisey Street, which was just yesterday, but it is a bunch of tires across from the school. And then there is another one at 1028 Foisey that I just also took yesterday. Please, 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 don't just say, hey, we got it. Actually follow up, actually do something, actually let me know. Secondly, this Cannabis Commission is really kind of BS. And the only person who actually cared about the cannabis community was Councilman Barrios. And the rest of you did the same old thing that you always do. Put your buddies on to enact things that aren't necessarily beneficial to the community or to the cannabis community or to the patients or to this city being able to make any money. The next thing I'd like to say is, you know, San Diego had an outbreak of hepatitis. And I've been telling you, I didn't even know, you know, truth be told, I do not watch the news because it's too negative. I didn't even know that when I started preaching to you guys about disease. But every time I turn around, I see someone pooping outside. I see someone peeing outside. My children, they get their hands all sweaty driving around the street. And if we're having the quality of life team and we're having them clean up, can somebody please clean up Baseline? Can somebody please join the walk on the 22nd and help clean up Baseline? Can somebody please bring a weed eater, a gas weed eater, and let's deal with the weeds? I mean, there's needles, there's prostitution, and the Golden Star Hotel, there's little girls Little girls, 14-year-old little girls in there are being prostituted. Does anybody hear me? Does anybody care? We have a problem. We're not addressing it. Great, kudos to all the things that we think we're doing. To me, it's just because it's election year, but I'm going to leave that for another comment. But in all actuality, we have very major problems. We have a disease coming this way. We have feces, we have urine, we have semen, we have bed bugs, we have beds, we have couches, and it is on every corner. And I will continue my go request, but I'm going to tell you, if I open up a complaint and you tell me, okay, I'm going to handle it, I would expect you to handle it and get back to me. And thus far, today's the 18th, almost a month. Please do a better job.
Patrick Wallace. Ramon Baca. Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people. I try to stay out of trouble lately and be good, do good things for the city. But then I ran into a little roadblock. See, I expect a lot when I go into our city offices because we pay taxes and you guys work for us. And I went into our city planning department, community development, to try to get a permit. Now granted, I didn't do it within the 60-day waiting period. And I guess a little bit of the paperwork was wrong. So I was denied my permit for a Halloween event for kids. For kids. I don't really suffer. I have a lot of things to do. But bring the community together is something I like to do. But no, I can't. I don't know if it's for a power reason inside the community development department. Maybe. Maybe it's because we have stupid rules. Because when people want to come to our city and set something up, it should be easy. They should be welcomed. We should give them milk and cookies, city manager. Milk and cookies. Why? Because these are the people that do things in our city. People that build things. So then I call my council person. Well, at first I called the council person in that ward, Mr. Barrios, right? And he's a good man, and he gave me direction and helped me out. I didn't count on my council person, because I know why. My council person is as worthless as a speeding bus through San Bernardino to Redlands. You know what? He doesn't even offer me an opportunity. I set him up. Yeah, I did. I gave him a call, made sure he got the message that I was doing this event. I knew he wouldn't help me in any way, shape, or form. And now I got it on recording that he wouldn't help me in any way, shape, or form. He didn't even offer an opportunity or any other way to do it. He'd rather have the kids suffer, so I suffer. But to be honest, I'm just going where the trunk or treat is now in Redlands, where you guys sent it away, the other Halloween event in Redlands. So I go help the Redlands kids. Yeah, that's real smart. When I could be helping the San Bernardino kids, which I would love to do. So please, Ms. Miller, I hope you can figure out a way to help me out here. Hold my hand. I messed up, but don't punish the kids. Thank you very much.
Sandra Ibarra.
Good evening, everybody. I first want to mention some great points that we've had in the city this past month. We had a wonderful turnout at Blair Park cleanup. Over 100 volunteers showed up. Wildwood Park also had their amazing cleanup. Nicholson Parks, we just had Charlie Jacobs be appointed tonight, which is excellent. She really does love the community, and I'm excited for what she's doing back in Nicholson Park. She's getting her urban garden back up into that park. So those are some good things. I'm resonating on what Miss Kathy Mallon spoke about today because it happened in my block. I mentioned it back in May. I requested pictures when our homeowners in my block got cited. We found out that it was through the community police specialist, and we were not getting answers for those pictures. We never got them. We brought some of my neighbors to that council meeting in May, and Chief Burguan was there. We flagged him down after we spoke, and he was able to have the officers contact the property owners. So that was a plus, but the fact that I was requesting pictures on what I was written up for, and I did not get those pictures, I did not know what I had to fix. And I understand what Miss Kathy's going through. When they tell her that she has issues in her property, but she does not know what they are, we do need to have that response from our city, whether it's police department or code enforcement. So yeah, we never got those pictures. I was informed that the alleys was city property. We have weed in the alleys. I know my house caught fire last summer from the alley. Somebody lit a fire in the alley from the weeds, and they went through my backyard. Tree trimming. I know we're having Public Works, I want to say, that's working on the tree trimming around town. We've had several tree branches fall, big tree branches fall on our street when it was rainy. And rainy season is coming around again, and my neighbors are concerned that those trees are going to fall sooner or later onto their property or their vehicles. East Street, I put in a go request after I heard Carmel because I hardly don't drive down East Street now. The lights have been out. I did a go request since last December. Nobody's given me an answer. It's almost been a year, and those lights are still out on East Street. It's pretty dark out there. I pulled a crime report because we were having U.S. vets trying to bring in homeless vet housing on East Street, and I pulled a report of all the crime reports. In 1,000 square footage, we almost had 600 crime reports in that area, condensed. So I would resonating to Ms. Kathy, please respond to the residents and the homeowners of this city in a timely fashion as well. Don't give us 2 weeks to fix something if we don't know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Daughtery.
Good evening, Mayor and Common Council and city staff and great citizens of our city here. Not so bright-eyed, bushy-tailed as I was earlier. But anyway, well, first of all, what I'd like to do is I'd like to commend Mr. Persico for his continued efforts bringing class and culture to our community through the arts because they stimulate creativity and inspire endless imagination. So I thank you for that. And what I'd like to bring to the city and fellow citizens is back in 1996, I was a member of the Civic Light Opera, and I participated in Heather McCluskey's version of, well, she wrote The Legend of the Arrowhead, which is a musical about the history of San Bernardino. So I was in the very first musical cast in that. And of course, it's come back a couple other times. It came back in 2001. It came back in 2010 for the bicentennial. But this year's extremely special. And Heather McCluskey's niece, Shannon Maxwell, she's the director of this program. And we're bringing it back in November, which would be November 25th. And it's a fundraiser. And it's a very special fundraiser because not only does it benefit and directly support the survivors of the IRC shooting, it also supports the inner city kids at the His Light Neighborhood Church located at 863 North Mountain View. So it's very important as a community if we can come together and support this particular project because it has very special meaning. And part of it is we not only want to provide financial support to some of these people who are still struggling with their insurance with the county and things like that, but we also want to show them that we still care about them and we haven't forgotten them and what they mean to us. So Show tickets for general seating is only $25. $50 seating is preferred seating, and it includes a VIP meet and greet with the cast and party after the show. The doors open at 6 o'clock, and there's going to be live music as well as raffles and other fundraising events. And in the meantime, we're still working on, hopefully, we haven't talked to Molly's yet, but we'd like to talk to Molly's about organizing a fundraising breakfast and lunch, so get some percentages back, donated back to the nonprofit. So everything, all the tickets, all the raffle, all the seats, the raffle tickets, everything that we do is tax deductible as well. They have their nonprofit number on there, their tax ID. So we encourage the community to become involved and support this good cause so that we can get some money to these folks. I have on the flyer, I have Eventbrite, which is where you can buy the tickets. And you can also donate any particular amount you like as well if you don't want to go to the show. And we're also looking for sponsors as well, because to rent the California Theater is at least $5,000 because we have to use their personnel there. So with that, I'd like to say thank you for listening and have a good evening. We hope we see you at the show. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that announcement. Sandra O's. Is that
Sandra O? Okay, that'll work. Okay.
Owen or
She said-
Olivas?
Owen Olivas. Owen, yeah. Well, Olivas is Hispanic. Okay. Oh, Councilman. Okay, let me start with the tree trimming. They trimmed the trees on my street, but they missed one. They missed the palm tree that's right next to the only light on my street. And it's like right where the thing that if it blows up can catch it on fire. Okay? So, and I'd like to talk to Chief Bergwan. I know I give you a hard time all the time. I really do, since I'm your neighbor. But there was an accident involving my daughter's friend at Paris Hill Park. She jumped the curb, took out the light right at the Paris Hill Park entrance. 8 police cars passed us, didn't stop. But the one good thing is when they came back, they explained to us why. And that was it was Officer Poppin. Anyway, he's a very nice man. And it was understandable why you guys had to come back. There was a shooting. And also, I have called in about parties on my street. Never got a response. For some reason, you guys are starting to respond now. I guess you guys have more officers. So I want to thank you for that one, too. I do take offense to one of the comments about the CAC committee. I don't think that was appropriate. I'm one of the people. And, you know, you have a right to your opinion, but I've never voiced my opinion either way on cannabis. So you really don't know how I feel. So don't judge me until you hear from me. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker slips? All right, that concludes our public comments, and we'll now turn the time over to our council for announcements. Councilmember Marquez?
Just a couple. I'll be brief because it's late and people look tired and hungry. The Warm Springs Neighborhood Association is hosting their quarterly meeting on Thursday, October 19th, which is tomorrow, from 4 to 5:30 p.m. Our guest speaker is San Bernardino County Assistant Fire Chief Dan Muncy. Please note that we have a new location. The meeting will take place at the Olive Meadow Community Center at 610 East Olive Street. You can call me here for additional information at 909-384-5188. Please save the date for the 17th Annual Veterans Day Salute and Parade, honoring all of those who have served our country. This event is scheduled to take place on Saturday, November 11th. The parade starts promptly at 11 a.m., running from 14th Street and Mount Vernon and ending at La Placita Park. The ceremony will follow at the park located on Mount Vernon Avenue between 7th and Victoria Avenue. There will be veterans groups, drill teams, marching bands, military vehicles, classic cars, floats, and on-site veterans resources. Last year we had 2,500 individuals, and I expect we'll have probably 3,000 or even 3,500. For more information, you can contact Parks and Rec at 909-384-5332. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of announcements. Don't forget our air show this weekend. It's going down, and it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So do what you can to support those that are suffering from this disease, and by wearing a little pink ribbon, if that's all you can do. But show support in some ways. I know there's a number of events going on throughout the community, throughout the region, throughout the United States that you can attend and maybe even sponsor. On October 25th, we're having our Coffee with the Cop at Jack in the Box, located at they finally got on here, 1411 West Highland Avenue. For more information, call Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694, and that's Wednesday, October 25th at 9 a.m. And it is Halloween in about 2 weeks, so be safe out there. Make sure those kids got lights. Watch out for those kids that are out there running around. And that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shred.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and elaborate a little further on our third annual San Bernardino International Airport Air Fest, air show, car show, and concert. It's going to actually be a 2-day event this year. Looking forward to it. It's, as I say, the air show, car show, and concert, and a lot of other activities going on around it. It's 2 days, Saturday, October 21st, starting at 3 p.m. and going until 9 p.m. And then again on Sunday, starting at 11 a.m. and going until 6 p.m. And the number at the either IVDA or airport is both the same, 909-382-4100. So you can get some information there. I don't really have an individual to talk to, but if you just call 909-382-4100 and let them know that you're inquiring about the Airfest and that event Saturday and Sunday, they will certainly get you in touch with the right person or right people. Then on Tuesday, October 24th, as usual, at 9:30 a.m. is the San Bernardino PD Business Watch meeting at the American Legion Post 777 at 194 East 40th Street. The contact there is Officer Clint Walton, 909-388-4925. I try to attend those meetings and unfortunately was unable to attend the last one, but hear that the attendance has really improved, and so I'm looking forward to this one. Again, it's generally for the business community along the 40th Street corridor and the surrounding area, but anybody is welcome. Again, that's at 9:30 a.m. Tuesday, October 24th at the American Legion Post 777, 194 East 40th Street. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Nichol.
A couple of quick announcements. The Blair Park Neighborhood Association will be hosting its annual yard sale this Saturday, October 21st from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Address 3095 Serrano Road. That's near the corner of Marshall and Serrano Road. Again, proceeds will benefit the Blair Park Neighborhood Association. Also, the residential community dump day will also take place at Blair Park Saturday, October 28th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. near the corner of Marshall and Little Mountain Drive. Any questions, you can contact Burtech at 909-889-1969. And finally, Saturday, October 28th as well, at 2 p.m., the Kendall Hills Neighborhood Association will host its Fall Festival at Al Gouen Park, address 3664 Little League Drive. Again, that's 2 p.m., Saturday, October 28th. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Councilmember Richard.
I don't have any announcements tonight.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes, Your Honor, I just have some comments to make about one of our public speakers made some unfounded and really irresponsible comments regarding an event that he wished to conduct. The requirement that his application was turned down, he refuses to get liability insurance. Liability insurance for these public events, which have the public come to a particular location, is a universal requirement. All jurisdictions have it. He refuses to get it. He refused to get it last year. He did not get a permit. He went ahead with the event as it was illegally. And so he asked me to intervene for him. There's really no intervention. I mean, this is a completely rational and universal requirement. You don't have people come onto your property unless you have some sort of a liability insurance. Homeowners insurance, you have liability insurance. If there was no liability insurance purchased by the speaker, the city would, if anybody was injured, if any action took place that they didn't particularly care for, they were whatever, the city would be liable. And so the point is, again, as I say, the public speaker was speaking far beyond what he was understanding, and again, the city was perfectly in its right place by denying his permit. And he was more than willing to work with him. However, he refuses to get the liability insurance, which is just simply automatic denial. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney? City Clerk, would you like to talk a little bit about the new conductor that the symphony is looking for?
Well, the symphony is doing a search for a new conductor, and it's going to be a 2-year-long process. At the season opener last week, they had the first of the ones that they're going to debut. So if anybody's interested in checking out the potential candidates, I would invite them to buy tickets to the symphony's entire next 2 seasons.
Thank you. City Manager?
I have just really a couple of things very quickly because I realize the hour. I do want to assure the council, though, we do have strict special event permit requirements. Those are for the protection of the community and the people who might attend those events. With that said, though, we do try to work with people to the extent possible, but that's in part the reason why we have a 60-day request or requirement that they submit those, so it gives us time to actually assist in working through issues. So that's one thing. And then really, as we walk out the door, congratulations to our police department. They participated in combat shooting, came in first place in combat shooting, and I think 3rd place overall. So great job by the team, and I appreciate them being out there. And then Sherlock was also featured in the California City Magazine. And I know it's funny, it's a dog, and he is sitting there in his little tie. But the fact of the matter is Western City Magazine for cities is really a prestigious publication. And so for us and our police department to be featured in that, I mean, I think it demonstrates we're doing some things that are worthy, much like Councilmember Marquez's comment about going to Honolulu and having someone come. Then there's Sherlock in his uniform and tie. In case you haven't, but do please take a couple of minutes to look at the article. It's a great article about our police department, about community relationships. So, and with that, nothing else.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I have my turn back real quickly? I forgot.
You may in just one moment.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank the board member Ray Anderson, who sponsored the Salvation Army bike ride this past Saturday. It was attended by about 25 bike riders, and it was a fun event. They traveled from Court Street Square up to Western Region Little League area and then back in. It was a 42-mile ride, and I was able to participate in a portion of it. Councilmember Marquez?
Yes, real quickly, I failed to acknowledge the birthday of my colleague to my left-hand side. Councilmember Barrios had a birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. Well, 2 days ago.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I add one?
Councilmember Movill.
In addition to a terrific picture of Sherlock, by the way, he looks the most alert I've ever seen him. Yeah. I don't know whether he's on Benzedrine or something to get him up. But also, the article, for the most part, actually, was praising the San Bernardino PD. They have a picture of leading 16 at-risk youth on a 3D camping trip designed to build skills and relationships. And again, take a look at the article, and it's really says some good things about what the PD is doing with regard to youth.
Good job, Chief. Jerry.
And with that, this meeting is adjourned till the next special meeting of the Mayor and City Council. The Mayor and City Council, acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency, is scheduled for Tuesday, October 24th, 2017, here in the 201 building, the third floor at 2 p.m.